Chapter 858. Looking at the sword chi that was easily destroyed, Lin Rei frowned. His heart was filled with displeasure. Back then, when Jian Feng was using it, Lin Rei could feel a huge amount of sword chi from his body. But now, when he used it, he was greatly disappointed. It was completely different from what he had expected. Flashy without substance. Too disappointing. Lin Rei's evaluation of Jian Feng was already considered polite. Otherwise, he wouldn't even care about Jian Feng. Although Lin Li's words were spoken in a very polite manner, the speaker's casual words had a hidden meaning behind them. Hearing this, Jian Feng frowned, his face filled with displeasure. Although he knew that the person in front of him did not want to reveal such a low level of power, but his dedication to the sword had been described as unbearable. Jian Feng was extremely angry. Boom! Oh, you're angry? Feeling Jian Feng's intent and the power that exploded from his body, Lin Rei's interest was piqued. Speaking of which, his understanding of the way of the sword was extraordinary after eating the sword-breaking pill. But unfortunately, his weapon was a spear, so, unforgivable. How can my way of the sword be judged by you? You, damn it. At this moment, Jian Feng was completely enraged. The long sword in his hand was instantly placed horizontally in the middle of the mountain. His face was filled with coldness. His entire body emitted a sword chi that was several times stronger than before. There was no trace of sloppiness. It was filled with stubbornness as it charged forward. In front of him, feeling the sword chi, Lin Rei's face that was originally masochistic revealed a hint of seriousness. When facing an enemy, Lin Rei always wanted to kill quickly. But Jian Feng was still not his enemy. Or it could be said that Jian Feng was not worthy of being his enemy. But Lin Rei was very optimistic about this sword chi. So, just this point alone made him have no choice but to be serious. Come. Even though you are talking, you are still waving the 3-foot cold light in your hand. Since you say that I cannot be forgiven and that I deserve to die, then bring out your full strength and let me see how strong the sword intent you have comprehended is. Let me see if it can kill me. Let me see if it can make you proud and let me. Although his tone was mocking, there was also a hint of seriousness in his tone. Of course, at that moment, Jian Feng, who was already enraged by Lin Rei, only saw the ridicule on Lin Rei's face. He did not sense the hint of seriousness, the hint of respect for his opponent. The first move of the myriad sword technique, one sword to seal immortals. Suddenly, a horrifying aura rushed out from Jian Feng's body, and a shocking killing intent appeared. He mobilized the spirit chi in his body, and according to the first style of the 10,000 sword secret art, he poured in a 3 feet long cold light and stabbed it towards Lin Rei. Ha! Myriad sword art? At this moment, looking at the sword art displayed by Jian Feng, it was so familiar. Wasn't this the sword art that he obtained from the system in the immortal world? However, there was a difference. Aside from the names of the moves were completely different. But, looking at the familiar sword art, Lin Rei smiled. Isn't this the F*King sword art that I stopped cultivating long ago? Of course, although he knew, Lin Rei did not explain. After all, that sword art was something that Lin Rei practiced at that time, and he did not engrave it. Whoosh! The sound of a sword piercing through the air suddenly arrived. Raising his head, Lin Li saw the single sword of immortality charging towards him, and he laughed. TSK, since you are using the 10,000 sword secret art, then let's see if your 10,000 sword secret art is stronger or if my 10,000 sword secret art is stronger. While thinking, Lin Rei moved. His movements were slow, neither fast nor slow. He raised his hand and a sword art that was exactly the same as Jian Feng's 10,000 sword secret art rushed out. What? How is this possible? Jian Feng's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief and astonishment as he stared in front of him. When Lin Li used the exact same sword technique as Jian Feng's mind suddenly went blank with a buzzing sound. What's going on? Why does he know how to use the 10,000 sword secret art? Furthermore, he is even more proficient and powerful than me. Such a powerful sword energy, just who is he? Why have I never heard of such a person before? Furthermore, I have never heard of him before. Just who is he? Isn't the 10,000 sword secret art the sword Sect sword art? Why does he know how to use it? Could it be that he is from the sword sect? In an instant, countless thoughts and guesses appeared in Lin Rei's mind. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand why the sword art that he was so proud of was so unsightly in the eyes of the person in front of him. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, accompanied by a burst of energy shockwaves. However, when the two sword skills collided, what made Jian Feng even more incredulous was that the moment the two sword skills collided, his sword skill was shattered by the same sword art as if it was nothing. There was not a single trace of sound. It was as if it was cutting tofu. The blade did not stop or pause in the slightest. Seeing that his sword did not stop at all as it rushed towards Jian Feng, Lin Rei revealed a smile on his face. Whoosh! A sword aura instantly cut through the air, bringing with it a sword cry as it flew towards Jian Feng. Where the sword aura flew past, the space began to distort, as if it was about to break free from the restraints of this space at any time and wanted to cut it into pieces. Not good. Even though he found it unbelievable that Lin Rei was able to use the 10,000 sword secret art sword cry, he was more concerned about his own survival. When he sensed the terrifying sword aura rushing towards him, Jian Feng shuddered and regained his senses. His face was filled with fear. However, just as the sword aura was about to reach him, Jian Feng raised the 3-feet-long chilling sword in front of his chest at lightning speed, mobilizing all of his cultivation in an attempt to block the sword aura that was rushing towards him. Too naive. As for Jian Feng's current appearance, Lin Rei only wanted to say that he was too naive. Other people might not know about his own sword aura, but he was very clear about it. Even though it was not as powerful as the divine clone Di Shi Tian, who else in the entire divine world could stand shoulder to shoulder with Jian Feng other than Di Shi Tian? He ignored Jian Feng because even if he did not look, he could already guess the result. He turned around and walked towards the golden light. His speed was not fast. After all, he had already entered the range of the golden light. Lin Rei did not want to attract too much attention and be investigated. Even so, even though he had slowed down, he still attracted the attention of the people from the Talisman sect. This fellow is not simple. Even though his cultivation level is that of a true god, even a divine ancestor would not be able to easily block the sword aura just now. Why would such a person come to our Talisman sect? Indeed, this person's face is ice cold and his attacks are fast, ruthless and accurate. However, this kind of person is usually the most difficult to control. If we want to lock him in our sect, Sigh. At this moment, the faces of the group of old men in the golden light were filled with shock and amazement after witnessing the scene that Jian Feng had just witnessed. However, at the same time, there was a trace of uneasiness and hesitation under their admiring gazes. Bang! Kacha! In the next moment, a sword aura instantly appeared in front of Jian Feng and collided with the 3-feet-long chilling sword that Jian Feng had blocked in front of his chest. However, Jian Feng did not expect that when the sword aura collided with the long sword, a crack would actually appear on the long sword in his hand. One must know that the long sword in his hand was no ordinary weapon. It was a half-sage weapon. Yet, it was actually shattered by a sword aura. Not only Jian Feng, even the refiner of this long sword would find it hard to believe this fact. Of course, other people might not know this, but Lin Rei knew very well that it was not something that could be shattered by his sword aura. However, it just so happened that Lin Rei was a weapon refiner. From the moment he saw Jian Feng's long sword, he could tell that although the long sword in Jian Feng's hand was a half-sage weapon, there was a small flaw in the middle of the sword. Although this flaw was usually invisible and would not affect the sword, if it was attacked by a powerful person, it would become like this. Although it was not completely broken, it was no different from being broken. After being broken halfway, all the essence within the sword had already escaped and it was no longer of any use. Pfft, the long sword shattered and the sword aura cancelled it out. Jianfeng, who was connected to the long sword, felt a hot current rolling in his chest. He originally wanted to suppress it, but in the end, he could not hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. Jianfeng was speechless as he looked at the broken long sword in his hand. He did not expect things to turn out this way. He lifted his head and looked at Lin Rei's departing figure in bewilderment. Jianfeng's heart was already affected to a certain extent. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was the instigator of this entire incident, had already arrived within 20 meters of the golden light. He was undoubtedly the number one. However, Lin Rei did not give up and continue moving forward because his inconvenience was not being the number one here. Instead, it was being the owner of the banished fairy brush and the talisman grandmaster. Ah. Alright, stop looking. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you. However, at this moment, while Jianfeng was bewildered, an old man's voice that was filled with vicissitudes of life entered his ears. You are? You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that now, you should try your best to fight for the number 2 position. The number 1 position. That person will definitely take it. Moreover, you are no match for him. His sword principle is stronger than yours, and it is not just by a little bit. Upon hearing the mysterious old man's words, Jianfeng instantly frowned. Although he did not show it on his face, his heart was already filled with complicated feelings. The sword principle was the existence that he had been pursuing his entire life. It was his son. His final destination. Now, he had encountered someone who was even stronger than him in the sword principle. Moreover, the person was younger than him. This made him unable to accept it, but he could admit defeat. Just like what the old man had said, although the number 1 position was gone, the number 2 position was still there. He could not allow anyone to snatch it away because he would not allow it. As he thought about this, he cast aside these troublesome matters and put away the broken long sword in his hand. Then, he circulated his cultivation and chased after Lin Rei. Towards Jianfeng's reaction, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Li's mouth. As a sword practitioner, if you can't even endure such a small setback, then you don't need to continue training in the Tao of the sword, because you aren't worthy. At this moment, Jianfeng once again embarked on his journey of the sword principle. This was his unwavering desire for the sword principle. Otherwise, 15 meters, at this moment, Lin Rei was 5 meters away from the standard. The faces of the people in the golden light were filled with anticipation. However, they did not know that they were about to face an existence that would give them a headache. 12 meters, looking at the boundary in front of him, Lin Rei did not have a trace of excitement in his heart. After all, this was child's play. If it were not for the mission, he would not have come here to do such meaningless things even if he was beaten to death. 10 meters. Finally, he reached the 10 meters mark. At this moment, he looked at the center of the golden light and saw a brush floating in the air. On the shaft of the brush, 9 5-clawed golden dragons were engraved. Above the heads of the 9 5-clawed golden dragons, the words, "Banished Immortal of Heaven and Earth," appeared. TSK. This brush looks good. Just its appearance alone is enough to scare a group of people. I just don't know if it is really as good as the little dragon said. Thinking about it, Lin Rei shook his head indifferently. Anyway, the first time was not to get the banished immortal brush. Getting the banished immortal brush was just a matter of convenience. Therefore, Lin Rei did not care. You are the first place in the first round. You can choose to maintain this result and enter the sect to become a core disciple. Or you can continue to move forward. This is your choice. There is no need to force it. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice sounded from behind. From the voice, Lin Rei could hear the disdain and contempt. Sigh. Lin Rei did not pay too much attention to the words of the person behind him. Okay, I will continue. After saying that, he left without sifting. He ignored the person behind him and walked to the side. Wait, wait. And then, just as Linley was about to leave and find a quiet place to wait, a weak voice suddenly rang out. You're right. Huh. He was familiar with this voice. It was Jian Feng's voice. Hearing this, Lin Rei turned around and looked up. At this moment, Jian Feng was looking at Lin Rei with a shameless attitude. Can you tell me where you got the 10,000 sword art, the level of your sword Dao, and, can you tell me about your understanding of the sword Dao? After saying that, he was afraid that Lin Rei would not agree. He quickly promised, as long as you tell me these, your reward will definitely not be low. How about it? Huh. Hearing Jian Feng's words, Lin Rei was speechless. This attitude was clearly very different from before. However, even so, Lin Rei would not say it. It was not that he did not want to, but that he did not care. After all, the level was there. Heh, smiling, Lin Rei said with disdain, you still do not understand the true sword Dao. Moreover, you do not have a sword heart. Even if I tell you, you will not understand. After saying that, Lin Rei turned around and left. He did not say anything else and did not look back. You still do not understand the true sword Dao. At this moment, Lin Rei's words were like a demon's voice that circulated endlessly in Jian Feng's mind. At this moment, in Jian Feng's world, there was only this sentence and nothing else. Chapter 859. Jian Feng, you're the second to arrive. May I ask if you still want to continue? If you don't, you can directly become a core disciple. I wonder what your choice is. I'll continue. Jian Feng did not hesitate at all. Previously, it was because of the banished immortal brush. Now, he had something else. It was none other than Lin Rei's sword Dao. He wanted to ask for guidance, or it could be said that he secretly learned it. After all, his dedication to the sword Dao was much greater than that of the banished immortal brush. Okay. Hearing Jian Feng's choice, a smile appeared on that person's face. Since that's the case, then go to the side and wait. Wait for the final trial. Okay. Jian Feng did not think much and did not say anything unnecessary. He glanced at the person in front of him and then looked in the direction of Lin Rei. Then, he walked towards Lin Rei. Although the words Lin Rei said before left a shadow in his heart that he could not erase for the rest of his life, for the sake of the sword Dao, he did not care. Seeing Jian Feng's action, the person in front of him sighed. Another lunatic who is addicted to the sword Dao. If your master was not so addicted to the sword Dao back then, I'm afraid he would not be the sword Sect Supreme Elder now. He would be the previous sect leader. However, he only sighed. His expression was filled with regret. He did not think much about it and continued to talk. He looked forward and waited. You're still following me? At this moment, when he arrived at the designated waiting area and felt Jian Feng's presence, Lin Rei frowned. He was unhappy and turned around to ask. I want to learn the sword Dao. I want to use the myriad sword technique like you. I thought I understood the myriad sword technique very well. However, when I saw you use the myriad sword technique, I realized that the myriad sword technique I used was just the tip of the iceberg. I want to learn. I want to. Impossible. How could Lin Rei not know what Jian Feng was thinking? Previously, he wanted to kill him. Now, he wanted him to teach him the sword technique and experience. Moreover, he wanted him to help him improve his sword Dao cultivation. Lin Rei only wanted to laugh. It wasn't that Linley was stingy, but rather, it wasn't just Linley himself. Even if it were anyone else, upon hearing how difficult it was to obtain a sword, they wouldn't agree. For no other reason than, he was asking for too much. Why? Seeing Linley reject him so decisively, Jian Feng felt a wave of helplessness and powerlessness in his heart. He hadn't expected that Linley would be so merciless. After all, they had known each other for a while. No reason, I just don't want a hand, I want it. With a cold expression, he found a clean spot and sat down cross-legged. Then, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. However, upon seeing Linley's reaction, Jian Feng refused to give up. Senior, please, teach me the Tao of the sword, teach me the myriad sword technique. I am the disciple of a high elder of the sword sect, and my master is a hierarch. If you, scram. A muffled sound came from Jian Feng's mouth. In the next moment, blood flowed out from his mouth. His face turned pale and his body trembled. He looked like he was about to fall. At this moment, Linley, who had his eyes closed, was staring at Jian Feng with a cold, murderous look in his eyes. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Originally, Lin Rei had a good impression of Lin Rei. But now, after hearing what Jian Feng said, Lin Rei was completely disappointed. What did he mean? Was the Supreme God's master threatening him? So what if he was the Supreme God's master? Would Lin Rei be afraid? Of course, if it was someone else, after hearing that Jian Feng had a Supreme God as a master, they would not hesitate to tell him everything they knew. After all, if they could hug the Supreme God's thigh, their life would be comfortable and they would not have to suffer the cruelty of the cultivation world. His cold eyes stared at Jian Feng. A murderous intent soared into the sky. At this moment, even the 4 old men in the golden light and 10,000 meters in the sky were alarmed. Did you know? The thing I hate the most in my life is when others threaten me. Do you believe that I won't kill you in a matter of minutes? As for your Supreme God's master, and the entire sword sect you speak of, I don't believe that he will dare to attack. If he attacks, then there will be no place for them in the entire God realm. Not only the God realm, but I will also make it impossible for them to establish themselves in the Nether realm, Demon realm, Azura realm, Demon realm and all the other realms. At this moment, Lin Rei did not speak. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Jian Feng. After all, if those people from the Talisman sect heard what he said, then, what he would do in the future would not be so simple. Jian Feng stopped abruptly. He stood there in a daze when he heard Lin Rei's words. His expression was filled with terror. For some reason, he believed everything Lin Rei said. Even when Lin Rei was speaking, the scene of the sword sect and his master being chased and killed clearly appeared before his eyes. When he saw Jian Feng's stunned appearance, Lin Rei snorted coldly and extended his divine sense. When he noticed that all the old fellows from the Talisman sect were looking at him, Lin Rei was stunned. Only then did he realize that his loss of control and exposed killing intent had drawn their attention. Alas! Looks like I was too careless. My mental state is so weak. Looks like I have to temper my mental state more. Otherwise. It was unknown what Lin Rei had thought of, but he remained silent and shook his head fiercely. He did not want to think anymore. He ignored Jian Feng and returned to normal. He closed his eyes and rested. He did not want to think anymore. At this moment, Lin Rei did not know. Because his moment of rashness had attracted the attention and vigilance of the Talisman sect's higher-ups. At this moment, Xuanfeng, who was in the distance, was looking at Lin Rei who had his eyes closed. The disdain from before was gone. Instead, it was filled with a strong sense of vigilance. Not to mention him, he had never seen such a powerful existence in the entire God realm when he saw the killing intent emitted by Lin Rei earlier. At this moment, he was vigilant. He was afraid. He did not know why Lin Rei, who possessed such a powerful strength, would come to the Talisman sect. However, he did not dare to be careless. Because, the Talisman sect was his and no one could take it away from him. At this moment, Xuanfeng decided in his heart that he would give up his life to stop anyone who took the Talisman sect from him. It was for no other reason than the Talisman sect was given to him by his master who had passed away. He could not let down his master who had raised him. You must keep a close eye on this person. You must inform me of everything as soon as possible. In the future, you must report to me every 3 days, no, every half a day. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. I will follow Sect Master's orders. At this moment, a charming voice sounded from a place where no one was around. It was impossible to tell whether the voice was male or female, nor was it possible to tell whether the voice was old or young. The only thing that was clear was that it was a person. Yes, you may go. He nodded and did not say anything else. His eyes were fixed on Lin Rei and he continued to stare at him as if he wanted to see through Lin Rei. Why would such a person come to our talisman sect? This shouldn't be the case. Why would this be? Yes, why would such a person do this? This shouldn't be the case. Besides the banished immortal brush, there doesn't seem to be anything else in our sect that could interest him, right? Yes, at this moment, Lin Rei, who was immersed in the pleasure of cultivation, did not know that his moment of carelessness had caused the higher-ups of the talisman sect to be on guard against him. Time passed bit by bit. The sun slowly set and night was about to arrive. At this moment, more than 10 people had arrived at the 10-meter mark and passed the first round of tests. Moreover, they had completed the test in a way that exceeded everyone's expectations. Among these 10 people, there were 2 or 3 women. As for the rest, they were all men. In fact, one of them was even a child. This person was none other than Zhuqing. With Lin Rei's help, even though his cultivation had not broken through, it was still easy for him to reach this place. As for those who reached the 30-meter mark, there were more than 100 people. Those who were able to reach the 30-meter mark were the elite disciples of various sections. As for the remaining people, some of them had already reached the edge. However, due to their own reasons, they could only be eliminated in the end. As for those who did not come, they were basically eliminated halfway. Of course, the middle-aged man who announced the results was very satisfied with these people. After all, it was already very good for them to be able to draw out so many cultivators in such a difficult competition. The middle-aged man was overjoyed as he looked at them. Everyone, those who can reach the 10-meter mark will directly become a core disciple of the sect. Those who can reach the 20-meter mark will become an inner disciple of the sect. Those who can reach the 50-meter mark will be able to enter the second round of tests. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the surroundings and his expression was filled with gratification. Now, there are 2 choices in front of you. First, you can enter the sect and not continue. Second, you can continue and participate in the final test for the banished immortal brush. What do you choose? Hearing these choices, the crowd hesitated. Of course, there were pros and cons to these 2 choices. After all, it was a connate spiritual treasure that was so tempting. Who could resist such temptation? 10 minutes later, the crowd fell silent. The scene fell into silence. No one spoke, and there was no discussion. This matter was their own matter. Even the people around them would become their enemies. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with torment, conflict, and difficulty to choose. All right, the choice is over. Tell me your choice. At this moment, the middle-aged man frowned and a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. Those who choose to continue, stand on the left. Those who choose to enter the sect, stand on the right. Let's begin. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the crowd began to divide into groups. Most of them chose to continue, and only a small number chose to give up. After all, the temptation of a connate spiritual treasure was fatal. Seeing that the crowd had neatly divided themselves, the middle-aged man, who was originally displeased, smiled. All right, since you've chosen to continue, then, those who choose to enter the sect may leave. There will be disciples outside who will lead you into the sect. As for the remaining disciples who want to continue with the gift, stand where you are and wait. The test will begin soon. Yes, we'll obey. Hearing the middle-aged man's instructions, the disciples who chose to enter the sect left. As for him, he also walked towards the depths of the golden light. Phew, seeing the middle-aged man leave, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. In another place, 2 people were alone. One of them was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, resting, while the other was standing where he was in a daze, not knowing what to do. He had heard the middle-aged man's choice, but seeing that Lin Rei was not moving, he did not dare to move. Because of what had happened before, he was afraid. However, after a while, Lin Rei was still in the same state, like an old monk in meditation. In the end, there was nothing he could do. Say, "Senior, that, the next round of the test is about to begin. Do you?" Suddenly, Linley, who had been in the middle of cultivation, frowned, retracted his cultivation base, and withdrew from his cultivation. When he opened his eyes, a glint flashed across them. "Is it starting?" Looking at the crowd gathering in the distance, the frown on his face relaxed, and a look of anticipation appeared on his face. "Got it. You can go now." Lin Rei did not have anything to say to Jian Feng's reminder. After all, Jian Feng's foolish actions had made Lin Rei feel disgusted. "Yes." Without saying anything else, Jian Feng turned around and left with a dejected figure. "Come out." At this moment, as soon as Jian Feng left, Linley's gaze swept the area where there was no one as he spoke. "You're not coming out?" His gaze locked into the distance, and seeing that there was no reaction, a cold smile appeared on his face. "Since that's the case, don't blame me." Just a moment ago, when Jian Feng woke him up, he felt that someone was staring at him. For a moment, an unknown flame ignited in his heart. Whoosh, a sword light, carrying a cold killing intent, rushed towards the direction of the gaze. It was as fast as lightning. "What?" Whoosh, a scream was heard, and a black figure appeared where Lin Rei's gaze was locked on. A black-clothed man appeared, and seeing the sword light rushing towards him, the black-clothed man's face was filled with shock and anxiety. However, this was not the time for him to be in a daze. The killing intent emitted from the sword light caused the black-robed man's scalp to go numb and his face to turn pale. He used his cultivation base and displayed his fastest speed. In the end, he narrowly avoided the attack. Even so, a scarlet wound appeared on his arm. Hiss, feeling the pain on his arm, the black-clothed man turned his head to look. When he saw the wound, his eyes widened, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. How is this possible? The black-clothed man was very clear about his cultivation, and he did not expect that he would be injured by a young man. "Speak. Why are you staring at me? Who sent you?" Lin Rei did not care about the black-clothed man's words, and he went straight to the point. "I am," at this moment, the black-clothed man, who was still in shock, subconsciously wanted to reply. However, the moment he opened his mouth, the black-clothed man came back to his senses, and quickly swallowed the words he wanted to say. Chapter 860. I was only passing by. It just so happened that. At this moment, the black-clothed man hurriedly organized his thoughts and spoke. Just happened to pass by?" Lin Rei was speechless when he saw that the black-clothed man was able to lie without blushing. He had been there since the beginning and had been staring at this place. If he was just passing by, he would not have stayed here for such a long time. Furthermore, he had only appeared after the black-clothed man had unleashed his murderous aura. Therefore, Lin Rei would not believe the black-clothed man's nonsense of merely passing by. "That's right, I was just passing by." However, the black-clothed man's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Rei. A trace of iciness was released from his eyes as he said, "However, I was just passing by and had actually discovered a powerful cultivator like you. I'm a little puzzled. May I know if you can give me the answer I want?" Tell me." "It depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll tell you. If I'm in a bad mood, tsk. Lin Rei was well aware of the black-clothed man's thoughts. "Therefore, I'm even more curious." The black-clothed man stared at Lin Rei as he spoke. "I'm even more curious as to why a powerful existence like you would come to my symbol sect. Moreover, why would you participate in such a meaningless competition? It should be extremely easy for you to obtain the first place, right?" "That's right." Lin Rei shrugged his shoulders in disbelief. Obtaining the first place is indeed extremely easy and effortless. In fact, it would be the same if I were to kill you. However, so what? I am doing what I like. Are you going to stick your nose into this as well? A sharp gaze shot towards the black-clothed man as he spoke. The black-clothed man was stunned when he sensed Lin Rei's gaze. His body instinctively took a step back and his body even instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Are you afraid of me? Lin Rei asked with interest as he stared at the black-clothed man's defensive posture. Lin Rei was exceptionally patient when it came to the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man subconsciously wanted to reply to Lin Rei's question. I am more curious. You said that you like it, but I do not believe that you do not have any other needs in the symbol sect. Furthermore, this exalted believes that your strength has already. I believe that in the divine realm, only a certain class of people would dare to use this title. What I am more curious about is who gave you the courage to do so. Who gave me the guts? Looking at the man in black, Lin Rei suddenly had the urge to laugh, but, at this moment, he was talking to him. It was actually quite interesting. The man in black didn't believe that he was a divine venerable cultivator because he didn't believe that a divine venerable cultivator would be so bored as to come to the talisman sect to do something so boring. Furthermore, the Lin Rei before him was simply too young. He did not believe that such a young person would actually be in existence that stood at the apex of the divine realm. He did not believe, nor did he dare to think in that direction. Therefore, he subconsciously led the indicator that was originally leading in the right direction to the wrong path again. That's right. Who gave you the courage? You should know that if a divine venerable cultivator were to find out what you call yourself, I'm afraid, you won't be able to live for long. Of course. The man in black who wanted to see Lin Rei's frightened expression was filled with disappointment. That was because not only was there no fear on Lin Rei's face, there was even a tearful expression on his face. His gaze was as if he was looking at a fool. The man in black was puzzled by Lin Rei's expression. However, he continued to talk to himself. If you are going to talk about me, then I will not tell anyone about this. Perhaps I will even give you a position in the talisman sect. What do you think? Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a round of applause was heard. You are truly amazing. Giving this exalted a position in the talisman sect? You are truly amazing. However, Lin Rei's originally gentle voice was instantly filled with coldness. However, I am simply not interested in the position that you are talking about. You are unable to give me the position that I like. Tell me, what do you think this time, what position do you want? At this moment, the man in black's heart suddenly trembled. A bad premonition surged into his heart. For some unknown reason, he had a slight guess about the position that Lin Rei wanted. However, the moment this thought appeared, he immediately killed it in the cradle. That was because that position was not something that anyone could obtain just because they wanted it. Moreover, he subconsciously did not think that the person before him was a match for the talisman sect master, Sun Feng. Lin Rei looked at him and the man in black. Then, he slowly opened his mouth and spoke very clearly. The position that I want to sit in is your talisman sect master's position. Although it is not very comfortable to sit there, I have no choice. I have no choice but to do it. What do you think? Sure enough, the bad feeling in his heart completely surfaced. The thought that he had already killed was completely exposed at this moment. The man in black's face was filled with shock and disbelief as he looked at Lin Rei. He really could not understand where the person before him got his confidence from. He actually wanted to sit in that position. Although he did not believe it, the confident expression on Lin Rei's face caused the man in black to subconsciously begin to believe it. Moreover, this kind of belief was gradually increasing. Don't be nervous. I am not a barbaric person. I am a very cultured person. I will not use any other methods other than convincing people with reason. Lin Rei did not lie to him about this. After all, this was a rule set by the system. He could not use any external force. Moreover, what made Lin Rei even more speechless was that he could not use any force during the entire process. Otherwise, Lin Rei could finish him off with a single spear. Ha, ha, the man in black laughed. However, his laughter was even uglier than crying at this moment. He really could not understand why the person in front of him was acting like this. Laugh all you want. However, you can only laugh here. Moreover, don't even think about bringing this matter out. Moreover, don't even think about challenging my bottom line because you can't afford it. Whoosh, after saying that, Lin Rei's figure instantly became illusory. In the end, he disappeared. The entire process did not even take a second. Hiss. At this moment, the man in black could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyes widened and his face turned pale. His face was filled with malevolence. At this moment, sweat flowed freely from his forehead. Droplets of sweat dripped onto the ground. His heart was filled with fear. At this moment, at the neck of the man in black, there was a long sword with lightning. The sound of the lightning was like the sneer of the Grim Reaper. Do you remember what I said just now? A cold voice came from behind him. Hearing this, the man in black did not dare to turn his head. At this moment, his body was so weak that it stiffened on the spot. He could not control himself. I heard it. TSK, although I heard your reply, but I am still a little worried. Tell me, what else can I do? Hearing this, the man in black cried, F***ck, I already promised you. What else do you want? What do you want? Of course, he could not say this out loud. He did not want his head to be separated from his body in the next moment. Silence. At this moment, the man in black could only choose to remain silent. He did not know what to say. In the end, he could only choose to remain silent. After all, silence was golden. Silence represented everything. Oh, you still want to play silence with me? Seeing the man in black's silence, Lin Rei smiled. Alright, since you are silent, let me handle this. After saying that, he did not give the man in black any time to think. With a thought, a soul-controlling pill appeared in his hand. Whoosh, a ray of light appeared in an instant. In the end, it rushed into the man in black's mouth at an extremely fast speed. Gulp. Subconsciously, the man in black swallowed the soul-controlling pill in his mouth. However, in the next moment, when the man in black came back to his senses, his face was as pale as paper. After such a long time, how could he not know the meaning of the thing he ate? In the next moment, the man in black wanted to dig his throat and vomit out the thing that went into his mouth. However, Lin Rei's voice sounded in his ears. Don't waste your effort. Don't waste your energy. There's no other way. That thing is an elixir. It melts in the mouth. Moreover, it's hard to find an elixir for this lord. You can't even buy one outside. This was a joke, but it was also true. After all, it was indeed hard to find an elixir for a saint-level elixir. Perhaps even the saints of the holy world would beg Lin Rei to refine pills for them if they knew that Lin Rei was a saint-grade alchemist. What did you feed me? The man in black roared. Soul-controlling pill. It is a type of pill that can control you. However, don't worry. Knowing the man in black's worries, Lin Rei comforted him. Don't compare my pill with those fake pills. My pill will only make you respect me. It will not make you speak of our conversation. As for other things, such as controlling your body and consciousness, trust me. It will not happen. The man in black did not want to believe Lin Rei's words. However, who knew that just as the thought of disbelief appeared, a mysterious energy would instantly kill it. In the end, other than his trust in Lin Rei, there was nothing else. At this moment, the man in black was extremely shocked. He had never heard of this pill before. However, it was just as he said. If this pill could be mass-produced, then stop thinking about it. Just as the man in black thought of this, he heard Lin Rei's warning. He immediately trembled and nodded, not daring to act rashly. The effect is not bad. Lin Rei was quite satisfied with the man in black's current reaction. Tell me. What is your name? Who sent you? What do you want? After speaking so much nonsense, the main topic had arrived. Master, this subordinate is Qiu Yang. I am the leader of the secret guards in the Talisman Sect. Previously, Xuanfeng sensed that something was wrong with Master and was very afraid of Master. Therefore, he sent this subordinate to keep an eye on you and report back after half a day. Qiu Yang. Hearing how obedient Qiu Yang was, Lin Rei smiled. However, after hearing the man's intention, a chill rose from the bottom of his heart and instantly soared. Xuanfeng, the sect master of the Talisman Sect. I didn't expect that you would take the initiative to come here before I went to look for you. However, this is also good. It saves me the trouble of looking for you. As he spoke, he looked at Qiu Yang and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Master, you, although he had eaten the soul-controlling pill, he still had his own consciousness. Seeing how affectionate Lin Rei was, Qiu Yang immediately knew that someone was going to be in trouble. I have a mission for you. Master, please tell me. Since Xuanfeng asked you to keep an eye on me, you will continue to keep an eye on me, plop. Before Lin Rei could finish his words, Qiu Yang's body trembled and he knelt on the ground. His body was trembling slightly as though he had experienced something terrifying. Get up first and listen to me. Lin Rei felt a little helpless in the face of Qiu Yang's reaction. Oh. Qiu Yang replied and stood up respectfully. He lowered his head and did not dare to speak. He did not even dare to look at Lin Rei directly. Sigh. Seeing how Qiu Yang was behaving, Lin Rei was too lazy to correct him. Follow Xuanfeng's instructions and report back after half a day. Of course, the most important thing is that you have to reveal my matters to him bit by bit. As for the other matters, you don't have to worry about them first. Hearing Lin Rei's instructions, Qiu Yang's eyes were filled with doubt. Although he was filled with doubts, he still nodded his head. Alright, that's good. You may go. Waving his hand, Renbaqian asked Qiu Yang to leave. Yes, I will take my leave now. Although Qiu Yang was filled with doubts, he still endured it and left. On the other side, alright, the second round of the competition is about to begin. The gathering of cultivators will begin immediately. The middle-aged man who had left earlier returned and announced. In an instant, the crowd exploded. It's about to begin. In the distance, when Renbaqian heard the middle-aged man's words, he smiled and said to himself. Then, he flashed into the crowd. The next round will be a duel. It's a last-minute decision. For the sake of the safety of their cultivators, the top 10 can enter and be subdued. What? Hearing the middle-aged man's decision, some of the people present were stunned. They did not expect the competition to be decided at the last minute. However, they had no choice. After all, this was the Talisman Grandmaster and not their home. In the end, they could only accept it. The top 10. However, Lin Rei, who was in the crowd, had an interesting smile on his face. To him, no matter how many stages there were, they would be useless. They would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. You don't have to participate. The sudden words caused Linley, who had been interested, to be stunned. Who do you think you are? At this moment, Lin Rei was extremely depressed. Motherf asterisk Ker, why is there no end to this? Previously, there was one, and now there's another. Who I am is not important. At this moment, a man who had appeared behind Lin Rei out of nowhere stared at Lin Rei with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Not important? Without turning around, Renbaqian continued to look ahead with disdain in his heart. Indeed, it's not important. You. Even though the old man had said it previously, it had a different meaning when it came from Lin Rei's mouth. What about you? Don't play with me. Why don't you let me participate? I believe that you must have hidden your cultivation. Furthermore, are you sure that your cultivation is suitable for you to participate? But even though the old man was right, this did not mean that he would give up. Turning around, the old man's face appeared in front of Lin Rei. Looking at him, Lin Rei's voice was filled with determination. Even though it's not suitable, but I want. As he spoke, he lifted his finger and pointed at the floating banishing immortal brush in the golden light with an excited look on his face. Chapter 861. When the old man saw that Lin Rei had completely disobeyed his orders, he felt as if he had lost all his dignity. His anger instantly soared to the sky. This was the first time he had been disregarded and disobeyed by a senior ever since he had started cultivating. How could he possibly endure this? Why? Do you want to fight me? Lin Rei looked at the old man with disdain. Deep down, he was looking forward to the old man making a move. After all, he would then have a reason to make a move without knowing the rules of the system's mission. When that time comes, everyone would make a move and destroy all the higher-ups in the Symbol Sect. He believed that it would not be difficult for him to become the sect master of the Symbol Sect. Furthermore, the system had said that he would become the sect master of the Symbol Sect. However, it did not say how long it would take. Therefore, in Lin Rei's opinion, the system was not omnipotent. However, reality was always different from one's imagination. The more one thought about it, the less likely the situation would develop. The originally incomparably calm old man was originally on the verge of going berserk. However, who would have thought that just as the other party was about to do something, he would instantly restrain himself. His malevolent face revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. All right, since you don't want to withdraw, then forget it. The Symbol Sect has always won people over with virtue. Since you want to participate, I will not stop you, huh? Puzzled, he looked at the old man. Lin Li was completely bewildered. What was the meaning of his earlier words? What happened to his previous impulse? What happened to his previous impulse to attack? What the hell is going on? Why did it turn out like this in the blink of an eye? What is he trying to do? My time is limited, okay? His heart was going crazy, but he could not show it in the end. All he could do was wait quietly for the next step. His original shortcut had been ruined by this idiot in front of him. At this moment, he had entered Lin Rei's blacklist. Alright, if you want to participate, go ahead. I look forward to your next performance. He spoke in a gentle tone like a gentle and quiet old man. It was a stark contrast to his hideous appearance from before. Pfft, Lin Rei rolled his eyes at the old man and let him experience it for himself. He then walked forward and distanced himself from the old man. Humph, little bastard, just you wait. Once this is over, I'll kill you. Standing in place and looking at Lin Rei's back, the tranquility on his face disappeared and was replaced by endless hatred and malevolence. Of course, the crowd did not notice it. After all, he was an elder of the Talisman Sect. Thus, he had already placed some talismans on his body when he arrived here. Unless he wanted others to see it, grandfather. A weak voice came from behind. A young man in white clothes walked out from behind. His overall appearance was not bad, and he looked calm. His skin was as white as snow, and his skin was like ice. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. One look at his deep eyes and you would be deeply attracted. Chen-er. However, when he heard that voice, the originally ferocious expression on the old man's face quickly changed, and a smile appeared on his face. It could be seen that the expression on the old man's face was sincere. His eyes couldn't lie. That pair of doting eyes, unless it was his true feelings, otherwise, Jin Shen was the grandson of the elder of the Talisman Sect, Jin Buhuan. His cultivation was extremely powerful, and he was a divine guard. Moreover, his talisman Dao had already reached the heaven grade. It could be said that he was a rare talent in the Jin family. Jin Buhuan was referring to the old man in front of him. At the same time, he was also the third elder of the Talisman Sect. His cultivation had already reached the late Divine Emperor realm. Grandfather, the competition is about to begin. What are you doing here? Jin Chen asked curiously. I'm here to see a little fellow. As if he was afraid that his grandson would see through his intentions, he quickly changed the topic. All right. Do your best during the competition. Safety comes first. Do you understand? At this moment, Gold Unchangeable was the embodiment of a warm grandfather's love for his grandson. It was no longer as spicy as before. I understand. Don't worry, I'll remember. Jin Chen chuckled when he saw his grandfather's concern. He then waved his hand and said, "That's all. Grandfather, I'll go first." Then, without waiting for Jin Buhuan to speak, Jin Chen jogged away from the crowd and walked forward. Looking at his grandson's departing figure, Jin Buhuan sighed, his face full of helplessness. Why is my grandson so weak? Why does he have to let nature take its course? Your father isn't like you either. Whose son are you? Sometimes, Jin Buhuan really suspected that Jin Chen wasn't his grandson. After all, the characters of his father and grandfather were completely different from his. They were two completely different versions. Of course, this was just a thought. He didn't think too much about it. After all, he was the one who watched his grandson being born. Sigh. Forget it. Do whatever you want. As long as you're not in danger, I don't have any extravagant hopes. He sighed and looked in the direction that Jin Chen left. Then, he turned around and left the crowd. In a flash, he walked into the depths of the golden light. Everyone, let's start drawing lots. At this moment, the middle-aged host said, there are a total of 240 numbers here. Both groups are the same. Each of you will have to draw a number. I'll shout. Whoever has that number will come up here, and so on. After all the written tests are over, we'll draw lots, and so on until the last 10 are chosen. Everyone, if there's anything you don't understand, please ask. If not, let's begin. After he said that, there was a moment of silence in the hall. No one said anything, and they just stood there in a daze. In response, the middle-aged man nodded. All right, since that's the case. You can start drawing lots now. Then, the middle-aged host took out rows of jade slips. At this moment, everyone moved. Everyone went up the mountain and drew their own jade slips. They were very nervous. At this moment, the person who had been standing there until everyone had drawn their lots slowly went up and picked up the last jade slip. He opened it and saw that one word was carved on it. Number 1. When he saw the number that he had drawn, a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect it to be so fast. I didn't expect to be the first to go up. He wasn't dissatisfied with the number that he had drawn because it didn't matter to him. After all, there was another person in the crowd who was worth his time. Damn, it can't be. Number 2. Why am I the second to go up? At this moment, a young man looked at the number that he had drawn with a bitter expression. Aya, it's fine. We have to go up in the morning and at night. In my opinion, it's better to save time at night. That way, we won't feel pressured. You're right. Alright, don't be upset. There are countless experts here. Anyway, you don't have any hope of entering the Talisman Grandmaster. Just come here to play. Don't be too serious. If you're serious, you'll lose. That's, really. At the side, a smile appeared on his face when he heard their conversation. However, he had to admit that although it sounded a little unreliable, he realized that it was, right after he thought about it. It wasn't just him. A portion of the people in the crowd who had drawn the number near the front also had the same expression. Lin Rei was speechless. A few minutes later, the middle-aged man in charge of the crowd said, All right, I believe that you've all drawn your number. Remember him. Perhaps he'll be your opportunity. As he spoke, he didn't wait for the crowd to refute him and continued, since that's the case, let's begin. Now, let's invite number 1 to the arena to compete. After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man waved his hand. A huge arena suddenly appeared in an open space not far away. A hua sound was heard and the crowd went into an uproar. Everyone was from a clan or sect. Naturally, their horizons were not low. When they saw the arena, the words "late stage of the divine level" appeared in their minds. Damn, how extravagant. A divine weapon so casually appeared. TSK. As expected of a large sect. It's really amazing. That's right. Hearing the crowd's discussion, the middle-aged man in charge of the crowd in the distance revealed an indescribable smile on his face. It was as if the crowd wasn't praising the arena but him. A bunch of bumpkins. It's just a late-stage divine weapon. Is there a need to be so excited? Really? At this moment, the crowd didn't know what Lin Rei was thinking. If they knew, they would definitely glare at him fiercely. Moreover, if they knew that Lin Rei could refine divine weapons, they would be even more speechless. Some of them would even say, "Damn you, you think you're so great because you're a weapon refiner? Divine weapons are divine weapons. You can be arrogant if you're a weapon refiner, but we're not." Of course, the crowd didn't know what Lin Rei was thinking, let alone what he was thinking. Looking at the arena taking shape, Lin Rei smiled disdainfully. Then, he stepped out of the crowd and walked toward the arena. Although his speed wasn't fast in the eyes of the crowd, what was strange was that Lin Rei arrived in front of the arena very quickly. As for the other person, he was stunned when he heard his name being called. Then, he slowly walked out of the crowd and finally came to the arena. Looks like there's no suspense in this round. At this moment, Jian Feng, who was in the crowd, looked at the contestant who was going to fight with Lin Rei. For a moment, a look of disdain and pity appeared on his face. TSK, I hope this person can be more open-minded after this experience. Don't be so stubborn. Sigh. At this moment, in the crowd, Zhua Qing, who had the same thought as Jian Feng, also felt pity for that person. They were very clear about Lin Rei's strength, so, they were in awe and pity for the stranger in the arena. They were in awe because that person dared to fight with Lin Rei, and pity because they sympathized with that person's luck. In the first round, he met Lin Rei, who was an insurmountable mountain. Okay, contestants, get ready. Let's begin. At this moment, the middle-aged man gave the order. Suddenly, layers of energy rose up and enveloped the arena. Looking at the middle-aged man's action and the protective shield around the arena, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Looking up at his opponent, Lin Rei kindly advised, "Kid, it's not too late to back out now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen later." What? Although there was an energy shield around the arena, the crowd could clearly hear their conversation. However, at this moment, when they heard Lin Rei's words, the crowd was in an uproar. Even the middle-aged host was in an uproar. There hasn't been such an arrogant person in the past. It seems like this is the first time. TSK. The middle-aged man was not optimistic about Lin Rei. He thought that Lin Rei was an arrogant and conceited person. However, Jian Feng and Zhua Qing did not think so. They knew Lin Rei's strength, so, they silently prayed that the person would listen to Lin Rei's words. Maybe it would be better if he left the arena like this. However, reality was always relative. This matter was obviously not disadvantageous to you, but you were biased. There was no other way, arrogant. When the young man opposite Lin Rei heard Lin Rei's words, his originally timid heart seemed to have been stimulated. He was stunned for a moment and growled in a low voice. Lin Rei's words seemed to have stimulated his self-esteem. Although he was even more afraid, he still used it to fight. His cultivation was suitable. He instantly released his cultivation as a divine guard. A surge of towering anger broke out from his body. A long sword appeared in his hand and his figure disappeared in a flash. Not bad. Would attribute spiritual root. Although it's not the best, it's still a mid-high grade spiritual root. TSK. This strength is not bad. The moment the young man disappeared, a surge of wood attribute spiritual energy appeared. Sensing this, Lin Rei immediately determined the attribute of the young man and his cultivation. As for the figure that disappeared, it had been in Lin Rei's consciousness since the beginning. Although his magic art was very rare, it was nothing in front of an expert. Looking ahead, Lin Rei shook his head with a regretful expression. I told you to retreat, but you didn't listen. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. What? Hearing this, the young man who used his magic art to attack Lin Rei was stunned. However, he did not think too much about it. After all, he did not believe that he would lose. Sigh. Lin Rei sighed when he saw the young man's action. Then, he shook his head and released his cultivation. His body moved and instantly disappeared. What, this? In the dark, seeing the target of his attack disappear, the young man panicked. The young man was frantic, and he immediately scanned the area, wanting to find Linley. Are you really looking for me? Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him. Suddenly, the young man's body froze. His face was filled with a bitter smile. Then, he turned around to check. TSK, what a pity for the wood attribute. You could have developed very well. Why didn't you listen to me? At this moment, Lin Rei, who disappeared, appeared behind the young man. He was very regretful. However, in the next moment, the regret disappeared and was replaced by endless killing intent. When the young man was halfway through turning around, a hand tightly grabbed his neck. A surge of hidden energy instantly entered the young man's body. Boom! A muffled sound came from the young man's body. Scarlet blood flowed out from the young man's mouth. Sigh. Lin Rei sighed. Then, he exerted force in his arm and threw the young man out of the arena. One move. Just one move to end the battle. This strength. Chapter 862. No one said a word. Everyone stared at the arena in shock. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were wide open. It was as if they could stuff a few eggs in. It happened so fast that no one knew what happened. It was already over. Gulp. Jin Shen swallowed his saliva in shock. Perhaps it was because everyone was so shocked that they fell silent, but the sound of him swallowing his saliva was very loud. Too strong. Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? Why haven't I heard of his name in the divinity world? Jin Shen wondered. If Gold Buhuan knew what his grandson was thinking right now, he'd probably vomit blood from anger. The person he wanted to kill had become his grandson's idol. This was so dramatic. It was really, you can announce it now. After doing all this, he clapped his hands and said coldly to the referee. The referee was still in shock. When he heard that, his body trembled. He came back to his senses and said with a shocked expression, yes. He said, yes, 3 times in a row. Then he continued, Lin Rei is here for the first round. When the referee's words reached everyone's ears, they strangely didn't applaud. They didn't see any admiration in the crowd's eyes. There was only vigilance and shock. Even the referee felt uneasy. Although the arena was only a late-stage divine artifact, it wasn't something that could be broken so easily. Moreover, Lin Rei's move was too casual. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena came to a conclusion. If they met Linley in the arena, they wouldn't say a single word, and they definitely wouldn't recklessly rush up and attack him. The only decent way out was to forfeit. Otherwise, thinking about it, everyone couldn't help but look at the young man lying on the ground like a dead dog. His breathing was so weak that if they didn't look carefully, they would think that he was dead. Of course, judging from the situation, they didn't think that he could survive. Because, just a moment ago, his breathing had completely disappeared. Just like that, an outstanding genius was killed in an instant. Furthermore, there was not a single trace of sloppiness. It was a clean and crisp death. He did not even have the ability to fight back. SSS. Phew, looking at the silent scene, the head judge took a deep breath. He then exhaled, calming himself down and returning to his usual calmness. Of course, this was only on the surface. Her shocked heart was still open to him. The first round is over. Let's move on to the second round. Number 2, please step up. As he spoke, the referee waved his hand. The barrier that had been broken earlier was restored to its original state with a wave of his hand. Everything was back to normal, as if it had never been broken. Lin Rei's eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor when he saw this scene. Of course, it only lasted for an instant before vanishing without a trace. The third round, round 35. Begin. And so, one duel after another went on. Lin Li couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to these duels. After the duels were over, he found a place where no one was around and sat down cross-legged, ignoring them. Lin Rei would rather use this short period of time to comprehend the Tao of talismans, Tao of smithing, and Tao of formations. After all, these 3 Taos were about to break through to the saint level. Rather than watching these boring battles, it was better to make use of the time to break through. After all, these Taos would be very useful in the holy world. However, after an unknown amount of time, the arena became very intense. Although it was a competition, in order to save time, everyone went up and attacked with all their might. Therefore, the first round of sour beans was over very quickly, and the second round of the competition had begun. Senior, the second round is about to begin. I wonder if you... At this moment, a familiar voice and a familiar scene appeared again. Lin Rei was speechless. Without opening his eyes, Lin Rei knew that the person who spoke was none other than Jian Feng. Towards him. Lin Rei was speechless. N. After answering, he stopped meditating and opened his eyes. Looking at the arena, he did not have the chance to stand up and go up to Jian Feng. In the end, he went up to the arena. The judge was helpless towards Lin Rei's actions, but he did not stop him. After all, it was his turn to fight. However, in the next moment, when Lin Rei opened his mouth, the judge regretted it. Standing in the middle of the arena, Lin Rei was impatient. These battles were too troublesome. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Rei made a decision that shocked everyone. Looking at the people below, Lin Rei spoke. His voice entered everyone's mind. Since you want to fight, let's save some time. Come at me together. My time is limited. It's too troublesome to fight one battle after another. So, come at me together. Then, he raised his hand and hooked his finger at the crowd. This action was nothing in Lin Rei's eyes. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it was an arrogant and insufferably arrogant behavior. Coupled with his words, at this moment, the crowd was furious. Even the judge was furious. Although Lin Rei was powerful, he did not expect him to be so arrogant. He wanted to fight all of them alone. Although many of them had been eliminated, there were still at least 40 to 50 of them. Even a god king would not dare to say that he could handle them all at once. Not to mention, there were 1 or 2 god kings among them. Although they were hiding their cultivation base, it was still possible to see through them. Of course, although the judge was not satisfied with Lin Rei's attitude and behavior, he was still the judge. Therefore, even though he was unwilling, he still tried to persuade Lin Rei. Lin Rei, don't try to be brave. You want to fight all of them alone? Can you bear it? Besides, there are so few people here. I believe it will be over soon. Don't. Lin Rei rolled his eyes at the judge. Then, he retorted, may I ask, is there a rule that says I can't fight all of them? Go away. I will follow the rules. But, Then, with a sword in his hand, the domineering chi of the world rushed out. His insufferably arrogant face was exposed. But, since there is no rule, I have a challenge. All of them, unless they don't want to. Or, they don't have the guts. So, as he spoke, he looked at the crowd with a provocative expression. So, your choice is. At this moment, hearing Lin Rei's stupefied expression, the judge became even more furious. However, what Lin Rei said was not unreasonable. It was just that the judge felt uncomfortable. Originally, he wanted to protect Lin Rei. However, he did not expect that he would be refuted in such a blatant manner. What the hell? That person's legs were not clamped tightly together. Why did such a person jump out? That's right. Who does he think he is? A divine sect? A divine lord? A god emperor? He actually dares to challenge all of us by himself. He must be tired of living. TSK, he's just someone who thinks too highly of himself. He thinks that he's amazing just because he has a little bit of strength. Does he not know that there is always someone better than him? At this moment, the crowd was very dissatisfied with Lin Rei's behavior. However, among the crowd's complaints, there were two people who had smiles on their faces the entire time. In fact, after hearing the crowd's disdain and discussion, the smiles on their faces instantly disappeared. It was replaced with expressions of disdain. They were none other than Jian Feng, who already knew how powerful Lin Rei was. The second person was naturally Zhou Qing, who already recognized Lin Rei as her master. Lin Rei did not care about the crowd's discussion at all. Instead, he had a smile on his face. He stood alone on the stage with Jian Feng and Zhou Qing, waiting for the crowd to make their move. Are you sure? At this moment, the judge could not help but ask. After all, this had never happened before. He did not know how to deal with it. However, looking at Lin Rei's determined expression, he knew that the person before him was serious. Yes, I'm sure. Knowing that the judge was being kind, Lin Rei's tone became gentler and he nodded. Sigh. The judge sighed. Since the other party did not care, what right did he have to criticize him? With that thought, the judge took a step back and left the stage in a flash. He went to a secluded place and quietly waited for the result. Humph, arrogant thief. Since you are so arrogant and conceited, let me have a taste of your strength. I want to see if you can challenge all of us here. The crowd fell silent. But at this moment, a young man with a coarse appearance and a muscular body appeared. He gave off the impression of a fierce man. He held a halberd behind his back and exuded an imposing aura. His figure flashed and in the next moment, he appeared on the stage. Arrogant thief, come and face your death. Boom. He released his late-stage divine guard cultivation and an enormous amount of spiritual energy. The oppressive aura of a divine guard pressed down on Lin Rei. Lin Rei revealed a trace of admiration when he saw the young man before him. After all, he dared to come alone. However, this alone wasn't enough to make Lin Li feel anything towards him. Just now, when the young man came up, Lin Li felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. Although he couldn't put his finger on it, he just felt a sense of familiarity. Are you sure you want to fight me alone? You don't need the help of others? Lin Rei could not help but tease. No need. I alone am enough to deal with you. Make your move. This, all right. Since the other party had already said so much, if Lin Li didn't make a move, wouldn't he be letting the other party down? After making his decision, Lin Rei moved. His figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was behind the young man. But unlike before, Lin Rei was not filled with murderous intent. Go back and practice more. Your spear intent has not reached its peak. I am looking forward to seeing you in the future. I wonder if you will surprise me when I see you again. When he heard this, the young man's body trembled. He subconsciously wanted to turn around, but the moment he turned around, his body became light. He looked down and saw that he had left the ground. At this moment, Lin Rei's voice was heard again. Think about it carefully. The spear is the master of all weapons. It can move forward without fear. I still can't do it without hesitation and without any distractions. Whoosh! Before the young man could say anything, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The young man appeared in the air and fell to the ground in the distance. After doing all this, Lin Rei gestured to the crowd and said, "How about it? Do you want to come together? Sometimes I am really curious. You all call yourselves geniuses, but ask yourselves, are you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was once again thrown into a perilous situation, stirring up the anger of the crowd. Bastard! He cursed, but he did not dare to go up because the person just now was stronger than him. So, coward! Looking at the crowd's reaction, Lin Rei shook his head in disappointment. I didn't expect the geniuses of the divine world to persuade me like this. You are worse than a beggar on the street. Sigh. Every word was like a knife. Lin Rei's words completely aroused the crowd's self-esteem. They did not expect the person in front of them to insult them again and again. Bastard, bastard, unforgivable. Everyone, let's go up together and teach this bastard a lesson. We must make him regret. Yes, let's go. When one person opened his mouth, the crowd exploded. When one person acted, it was out of control. When it started with one person, 10 people followed. Later, everyone rushed up to the stage. Oh, that's right. Looking at the crowd's angry appearance, Lin Rei's face was full of smiles. Since that's the case, let's get this over with quickly. After saying this, an evil smile appeared on his face. His figure instantly disappeared and charged into the crowd. Lin Rei, who had turned into a ray of light, shuttled back and forth in the crowd. Everywhere he passed, there would be wails, painful cries and screams. Lin Rei did not notice that while he was shuttling back and forth in the crowd, a beautiful figure appeared on a mountain peak not far away. There was an amused smile on her face as she looked at Lin Rei, who was shuttling back and forth in the crowd. There was a trace of complaint in her eyes. Humph, bastard, since you have dumped me, just you wait. When you enter the Talisman Sect, I will teach you a lesson. There was a trace of hidden bitterness in her voice. If Lin Rei was here, he would definitely be very shocked after seeing the beautiful figure's face. This was because this person was none other than Su Ziqing, who had been mercilessly dumped by Lin Rei previously. However, Su Ziqing was currently dressed as a woman. However, her appearance was indescribably beautiful. At this moment, her appearance was completely different from when she was dressed as a man. In fact, it was even slightly better. F***ck, we have been tricked. This person is a demon, he. At this moment, more than half of the 40 over people in the arena had been flirted with by Lin Rei in less than 15 minutes. Of course, if the crowd knew that Lin Rei had not even used 10% of his strength, what would they do? Chapter 863. At this moment, Lin Li's magnificent performance had completely stunned the audience, as well as the referee. They had never imagined that Lin Li would be so powerful. With such strength, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could take the head of an enemy general in an army of 10,000. Moreover, everyone realized that their attacks were like scratching an itch when they landed on Lin Rei's body. He didn't feel anything at all and continued his magnificent performance. At this moment, everyone felt that their previous actions and words were extremely comical and unbearable to look at. Sigh. A sigh was heard. At this moment, other than 2 people who were still standing, the rest of the people in the arena had lost their ability to fight. They were all lying on the ground. They were either holding their legs, covering their faces, or unconscious. Of course, some of the cultivators with slightly higher cultivation were rolling on the ground and crying out in pain. As experts, this kind of behavior was very embarrassing. However, it was really painful. They couldn't bear it. Moreover, although Lin Rei had held back, the power was not something they could endure. Are you going to give up or do you want me to help you? At this moment, Lin Rei ignored the cries of pain around him and looked at the young man in front of him. Lin Rei didn't attack him. Instead, he asked him. This was already Lin Rei being merciful. Do it. The way of the sword is about advancing courageously and never giving up. I don't want my way of the sword to be destroyed. Moreover, as he spoke, the young man raised his head and looked at Lin Rei with eyes full of admiration. He said, "You said it. So. I will not back down." Every single word caused Linley to be moved. However, aside from being moved, there was also a hint of mockery in his voice. After all, there weren't many people in the deity realm who were capable of such a thing. In addition to pressing forward courageously, one also had to be strong enough. Lin Rei didn't think that with his strength, he could defeat him even if he advanced courageously. If that's the case, then, don't blame me for being merciless. Since the other party had said so, Lin Rei didn't need to be polite. Standing in front of Linley was the only other person on the dueling platform, aside from Linley. It was none other than Jian Feng, who had fought earlier and had been deeply impressed by Linley's Tao of the sword. He stood on the arena, not because he was strong, but because he had tacitly allowed it. After all, Lin Rei had warned him before. Although it was insignificant, Lin Rei had given him a chance. Come on. The second move of the myriad sword technique, 100 swords devouring God. When he used the second style of the innumerable swords technique, the sword edge was filled with sword chi. Outside of the sword chi, there were even more illusory images of the long swords in his hand. Each and every one of them emitted a cold light as they densely appeared in front of the sword edge. Ah, the second style of the innumerable swords technique. TSK, not bad at all. Although you have comprehended its form, but you haven't comprehended its meaning at all. Looking at the hundreds of long swords in front of him, Lin Rei's face revealed a trace of ridicule. I really don't know how your master taught you. Sigh, you're a genius in the sword Tao. What a pity for the innumerable swords technique. He shook his head and didn't say anything more. Hearing these words, Jian Feng was stunned. Although he understood what Lin Rei was talking about, but he was unwilling in his heart, because he was talking about the existence that he cherished and respected the most. Let's not talk nonsense. Come on. As he spoke, he waved his long sword, and over 100 sword shadows shot out, moving as fast as lightning and as fast as thunder, instantly disappearing and charging towards Linley. Sigh. Only the action, not the meaning. In the end, it's all in vain. Looking at the densely packed sword images rushing towards him, Lin Rei didn't dodge. He didn't even use his cultivation. He took a step forward and slowly walked towards the sword images. His speed wasn't very fast. His eyes were wide open and the corners of his mouth curved into a devilish smile. He gave off a feeling of coldness. Good, very good. Hurry up and kill him. You must kill him. Let him give me a taste of his own medicine outside. That's right, kill him. Hiss, kill him. It hurts so much. Even if I die, it will be worth it if I kill him. Yeah, that bastard. Kill him. Hurry up and kill him. I don't want to see this demon again. At this moment, in the arena, the people who hadn't fainted saw Lin Rei's current actions and the awe-inspiring sword images again. Everyone was overjoyed. They didn't care about their own injuries and shouted at the top of their lungs. It seemed that they could already see the scene of Lin Rei being pierced by the hundreds of sword images. It wasn't just them. The referee, Jin Buhuan, and those who were waiting for Lin Rei to die couldn't help but want him to die quickly. Of course, with the desire to kill, there was also worry. At this moment, not far away, looking at the hundreds of sword images that were about to pierce Lin Rei's body, Su Ziqing clenched her hands tightly. Her face was full of worry. Stinking brat, little bastard, don't be angry. Otherwise, I will go to the ends of the earth to find you. However, Lin Rei didn't know any of this. At this moment, Lin Rei was still walking towards the sword images. As he got closer, the sword images arrived in front of him in an instant. Lin Rei wasn't blind. He was still as calm as ever, as if there was nothing in front of him. Be careful, Jian Feng, who was using the 10,000 Swords manual, could not help but warn the others when he saw this. However, the moment he said that, a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life appeared before his eyes. At this moment, seeing the sword images in front of him, he ignored them and directly crashed into them. Kacha! Kacha kacha! Suddenly, the sound of shattering could be heard. The hundreds of sword images began to shatter the moment they came into contact with Lin Rei's body. It was as if Lin Rei's body was made of stellar iron. It couldn't be pierced by anything. Even Jian Feng, who was using the myriad sword art, was shocked. One had to know that the myriad sword art was extremely powerful. Not to mention humans, even quicksand and iron would be cut in half in an instant. However, the scene in front of him was a new experience for Jian Feng. He was shocked. This shock came from the depths of his soul. Quicksand and iron were the toughest materials in the divine realm. Normally, a little bit of it would be added to a supreme-grade divine artifact when refining it. However, at this moment, in just a few seconds, Jian Feng had been using it for less than half a minute. At this moment, Lin Rei had once again refreshed Jian Feng's understanding, refreshed the understanding of the talisman Sect's upper echelons, and refreshed the understanding of everyone present. F***CK. What the hell? An extremely uncoordinated voice could be heard. The voice was trembling, the face was filled with shock, and the mouth was wide open. Hearing this voice, Lin Rei turned his head to look. It was none other than the person who said that he would rather die than kill him. Looking at him, a chill rose in his heart. It's all right. You can live a little longer. Soon, you will leave this world. Cherish your last moments in this world. At this moment, the young man cried. He regretted it. He did not expect that even such a powerful attack would not be able to kill Lin Rei. Moreover, it was not even the slightest bit. Even his clothes were not torn. At this moment, the young man really wanted to curse. He hated his own mouth even more. He hated himself for being so cheap. The young man turned his head to look at Jian Feng. At this moment, Jian Feng was in a daze. It was as if he had lost his soul. His eyes were dull and lifeless. Looking at him, Lin Rei sneered, not all sword cultivators can step into the true sword Dao. Moreover, after saying that, Lin Rei's face was filled with disdain. Moreover, I think you should change your master quickly. Your master did not even tell you if you have entered the intent realm. I guess such a master is also. Stop talking. Jian Feng roared, don't say any more. Although what you said may be right, but there is only one master. I will not betray him. Even more so, I will not betray my master just because of a few words from you. I cannot do it. He didn't say anything. Seeing how excited Jian Feng was, Lin Li's face was filled with surprise. In that moment, his impression of Jian Feng improved significantly. Do whatever you want. Without any further persuasion, Lin Fan appeared beside Jian Feng in a flash. With a chop of his hand, he chopped Jian Feng's neck. In an instant, Lin Fan activated his hidden force. Jian Feng felt his entire body go limp. His vision turned black and he lost consciousness. Although I am very satisfied with you. But, what you said just now moved me. Furthermore. Sword bone, TSK, it's not bad. At this moment, the unconscious Jian Feng did not know that Lin Rei had praised him. Although your swordsmanship is very bad, and your swordsmanship has been turned into a complete mess by that master of yours, but, since the two of us have met, it means that fate has brought us together. Since that is the case, this exalted body will not be stingy. Although I can't give you any pointers, I can still give you the essentials and experience of the myriad sword technique. As he spoke, his hand blade instantly turned into a sword finger, and he pointed it at Jian Feng's forehead. Suddenly, all the experience of the myriad sword art, as well as the entire myriad sword art, was transmitted into Jian Feng's mind. Phew, after a long sigh, a smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. The rest is up to you. I hope that you won't ruin your good condition. With that, Lin Fan stood up. Without looking at Jian Feng who was lying on the ground, he walked down the stage. At this moment, the worried young man saw Lin Rei walking down the stage. He instinctively thought that Lin Rei had forgotten about him, and he felt relieved. Puff, however, just as the young man thought that, a warm current flowed out from his chest. Subconsciously, the young man looked down and saw a finger-sized hole in his chest. Scarlet blood flowed out, and his aura and vitality were slowly fading away. Why? I don't want to die. At the edge of the stage, Lin Fan sensed the young man's condition and sneered. How long do you think someone who threatens or wants to kill this exalted body can live? Walking down the stage, Lin Rei was speechless when he saw the shocked expression of the judge. Announce the result and let's enter the last round. Oh. Hearing Lin Rei's voice, the judge subconsciously took a step back. However, when he came back to his senses, he looked embarrassed and returned to his original position. He opened his mouth and said, Lin Rei, first place. As for, there's no need to say anything. They don't have the ability to continue. So, let's enter the next round. Lin Fan said without holding back. Hearing this, the judge felt angry. However, there was nothing he could do. Lin Rei was right. No one on the stage could stand up. Looking at their injuries, it would take at least half a year. With a sigh, he reluctantly announced, since it's like this, Lin Rei, prepare to enter the golden light. Inside. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew past his face, and his vision turned black. In the next moment, Lin Rei, who was standing in front of him, disappeared without a trace. F***ck, no matter what, I'm still the judge. Don't you know how to show some respect? The judge turned around and looked at Lin Rei, who had rushed into the golden light, and muttered. At this moment, Jin Buhuan was standing in the golden light. He looked down from the stage and looked at Lin Rei with a ferocious expression. His killing intent soared to the sky. Bastard, how dare you touch my grandson? You're dead meat. So what if you're strong? Even if I die, I'll make you pay the price. Lin Rei didn't know that Jin Buhuan had sworn to die. He also didn't know that Jin Buhuan's grandson was among the people who had been beaten up. In the golden light, Lin Rei slightly activated his cultivation to save time. The moment his cultivation of the early Divine Emperor appeared, his speed increased by more than 10 times. When Lin Rei's cultivation was exposed, Fu Zong and Su Ziqing, who were hiding in the dark, were shocked. However, Lin Rei didn't care about it. Compared to the mission and the banished fairy brush, their shock was nothing. After a while, Lin Rei appeared in the middle of the golden light, under the banished fairy brush. At this moment, Lin Rei, who had arrived, felt the pressure around him increase dramatically. If he hadn't reached the level of ultimate god, even if he was an emperor god, he wouldn't have been able to stay here for long. Interesting. Sensing the pressure around him, a hint of interest arose in Lin Li's heart. Pfft, interesting. Since you're here, why don't you hurry up and subdue him? What are you waiting for? Suddenly, the little dragon's voice was heard. Suddenly, Lin Rei was stunned and rolled his eyes. I know, you're so long-winded. Lin Rei wasn't angry with the little dragon. He muttered and his mind power rushed out, aiming at the banished fairy brush above his head. Lin Rei's enormous mind power was like a sharp sword, entering the banished fairy brush without any hindrance. Be careful, there's an artifact spirit here. Although I don't know its cultivation level, looking at the level of the banished fairy brush, the artifact spirit here shouldn't be simple. Moreover, we're in their territory, we have to be careful. At this moment, the little dragon's vigilant voice was heard from the banished fairy brush. Bad guy, who are you? Why are you in my house? Just as the little dragon finished speaking, a crisp and tender voice suddenly sounded, giving Lin Rei a shock. I'm Xiao Xian, who are you? Without waiting for Lin Li to speak, Xiao Xian laughed. As she spoke, her watery eyes caused Lin Li's heart to feel a bit flustered. Humph, useless. Isn't he just a little guy? Look at you. Chapter 864. Listening to the little dragon's disdain, Lin Rei rolled his eyes and let the little dragon experience it for himself. Xiao Xian. The reason why Lin Rei was flustered was because Xiao Xian's appearance was too short and cute. If he didn't know that weapon spirits took a long time to form, Lin Rei would have been deceived by Xiao Xian before him. At that moment, Xiao Xian looked like a child of 4 or 5 years old, and, by the looks of it, she looked like a little girl. Faced with such a vessel spirit, Meng Chao's desire to subdue her began to waver. All right, hurry up. How could the little dragon not understand Lin Rei's heart? But how could he let go of the chance to diss Lin Rei? Got it. You're so long-winded. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Xian with an embarrassed look on his face. Lin Li chuckled, then said, Xiao Xian, aren't you bored here? Do you want your big brother to take you out for a stroll? Let's see the great rivers and mountains outside. Hearing Lin Rei's words, the little dragon in the system immediately knelt on the ground with a face full of admiration. He didn't expect Lin Rei to say such hurried, silly words. Perhaps even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe it. However, just as this thought popped up in his mind, the little dragon was stunned after hearing Xiao Xian's reply. His eyes glazed over and he stood rooted to the ground, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Sure, I've heard that the outside world is great, but I haven't had the time. Can you bring me out to play? Xiao Xian, who was full of doubts, asked. Even Lin Rei didn't expect Xiao Xian to be so straightforward. But since there was a breakthrough, how could he give up Lin Rei? He immediately came back to his senses. Yes, of course. Not only will I bring you out to play, but I will also buy you a lot of good stuff. As long as you want it, I will buy it for you. But if that thing is beyond what I can handle, then... As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Li felt that he had spoken too confidently, and hurriedly left himself a way out. Really? Hearing Lin Rei's words, Xiao Xian was still doubtful and her expression slowly turned vigilant. In this regard, Lin Rei naturally explained with a prayer. Of course, who am I? I'm Lin Rei, all right. Believe me, as long as you follow me, I guarantee that you will experience all the fun and delicious things in this world. You will definitely be very satisfied. Okay, I believe you. Looking at Lin Rei's sincere attitude and expression, Xiao Xian finally decided to follow Lin Rei. So simple, so simple. This was completely different from what Lin Rei had imagined. Previously, he thought that there would be a huge battle after entering this place. Even if there wasn't, it would at least be troublesome. But now, however, this was also good. Lin Rei was very happy about this. After all, he had obtained a natural spiritual treasure. This thing wasn't something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. Just like the door that he had obtained previously, it required an extremely strong opportunity and luck. If not... Come on, drip a drop of blood on me and I will begin to recognize you as my master. Hurry up, I still want to go out to play. Just as Lin Rei was secretly pleased with himself, Xiao Xian's hurried voice sounded. Regarding this, Lin Rei was stunned. He didn't argue anymore. He took out the Chaos Dragon spear, grabbed the spearhead, and pricked his finger. Poof! The sound of a thin line breaking could be heard. In the next moment, scarlet, gem-like blood appeared on Lin Rei's finger. Come on, let me see how strong you are. Looking at the blood in his hand and the banishing immortal brush that had flown to him on its own accord, Lin Rei smiled. Then, he dripped the prepared blood on his finger onto the brush. Boom! With a boom, the instant the blood collided with the banishing immortal brush, a strange formation appeared. With the banishing immortal brush at the center, it spread out in all directions. 10 meters, at first, it was only 10 meters. But as time passed, the magic formation grew bigger and bigger. 20 meters. At first, it didn't seem like much. But now, it had grown to more than 20 meters. Coupled with the pressure that surged out from the magic formation, it was obvious that this magic formation wasn't simple. Moreover, what was even more remarkable was that the magic formation didn't seem to have the slightest intention of slowing down. This magic formation is powerful. It should be at the high grade of the sage level. To think that this magic formation was created by a little girl. Thinking about this, Lin Rei couldn't help but blush. He didn't know what to say. However, when he thought about how long the lifespan of a weapon spirit was, and how it had been formed for a very long time, Lin Rei felt relieved. Time passed bit by bit. More than 10 minutes had passed. By now, the magic formation had reached a height of 100 meters. Finally, it stopped. Xiao Xian rushed out from the banishing immortal brush. Her face was full of surprise as she pressed down on Lin Rei. She smiled and said, "Little brother, I didn't think that there would be so much energy in your blood. It actually made my body so much stronger." Sure enough, it was just as Xiao Xian said. When she rushed out, Lin Rei felt that there was something different about her. Regarding this, Lin Rei didn't care too much. After all, he was very clear about the energy in his blood. That was the bloodline of the Hongmeng supremacy. If it wasn't strong, the system wouldn't have chosen him as its host. Looking at Xiao Xian, Lin Rei chuckled. He didn't want to disturb her. As long as you're happy, as long as you're happy. With that, Lin Rei stood aside and waited. He didn't know why, but when he had the time, he would ask a question that made him want to slap himself. "Well, Xiao Xian, since you're an innate spiritual weapon, it means that you've lived through the Eldritch era. And as far as I know, all the spiritual weapons in the Eldritch era should have been obtained by the Almighty." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Rei stopped abruptly. He stared blankly at Xiao Xian, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Xiao Xian, who was originally full of smiles, looked downcast the moment she heard Lin Rei's question. Her face was filled with disappointment, helplessness, and fear and helplessness. At this moment, Lin Rei didn't say anything. He even couldn't help but curse himself for being an idiot. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. During these 4 hours, Lin Rei didn't speak. The entire place was extremely quiet. No one spoke. Even Lin Rei tried his best to suppress his breathing. Sigh. Suddenly, a sigh broke the silent and awkward atmosphere. At this moment, Xiao Xian sighed. Her initial disappointment disappeared and was replaced by memories. At this moment, Xiao Xiao was completely immersed in her memories. She sank into the deepest recesses of her memories. The Eldritch Age was a place that everyone yearned for. It was the peak of the entire cultivation era. There were all kinds of almighty beings there. There were only stronger ones, not the strongest ones. My previous master was a leader in the Eldritch Age. Oh. Hearing Xiao Xian's explanation, Lin Rei couldn't help but think of Jian Feng's words. He asked subconsciously, could it be Kuan Peng? That's right. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Xiao Xian was stunned. She smiled and continued, it was Kuan Peng. The demon master Kuan Peng of the Eldritch Age. The sage master Kuan Peng of the human race. At this moment, Xiao Xian's face was filled with pride. It was as if she was talking about herself. My previous master was from the northern underworld. His cultivation was extremely high. Even the sages back then feared him. Following my master was the happiest and most unforgettable experience of my life, but... At this moment, her smile disappeared and was replaced by fear. But, for some reason, when my master was on the path of righteousness, he seemed to have discovered a secret. More than 10 sages of the holy world and even the 12 ancestors of sorcerers took action. They summoned Pangu's corpse to fight. That must be an earth-shattering battle. Hearing Xiao Xian's reply, Lin Rei felt as if he was in that battle. His blood boiled. That's right. That battle could be said to be earth-shattering. The entire Eldritch Age collapsed. As she spoke, Xiao Xian's weak body began to tremble. Her face was filled with fear. It was as if she had recalled something terrible. What happened after that? Lin Rei was very clear about Xiao Xian's situation. However, Lin Rei did not stop her. Instead, he continued to ask. It was not that Lin Rei was cold and heartless. It was because he wanted to help Xiao Xian. Looking at Xiao Xian's current state, Lin Rei could guess that Xiao Xian had not recovered from the past. Regarding this, whether Xiao Xian was his weapon or not, Lin Rei would still do so. However, Xiao Xian did not object to Lin Li's question. In that great battle, Master gave it his all. But in the end, he realized that one person's strength was still too weak. 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. In the end, nearly 30 sages took action and killed my master. At this moment, the weapon spirit shed tears. At this moment, Lin Li was shocked. The artifact spirit was actually crying. It must be known that artifact spirits were nothing more than spiritual consciousnesses. They couldn't possibly have the ability to cry. But at this moment, the artifact spirit was crying. This made Lin Li feel that the banished immortal brush was even more important and powerful. Alas! A formidable hero of a generation. Although he had never seen the Kuanpeng, he could feel that the Kuanpeng was a strong person. A true strong person. What a pity, yes, looking at Lin Rei, Xiao Xian sighed. But it's still okay. Even though they were killed by my master, he was very strong. He was also the type to suffer losses. Oh. At this moment, Lin Rei perked up again. He listened attentively, as if he was the one who fought in the bloodbath. Back then, there were so many sages. In order to besiege Master, they finally paid the price. 8 of the 12 ancestral sorcerers died, and more than half of the other sages died. In the end, there were only a few left. If Master didn't want us to be covered in dust, perhaps those bastards who called themselves sages would have all been wiped out in that battle. Hearing this, Lin Rei was stunned. His heart was filled with doubts and doubts. From the conversation just now, Lin Rei could feel Xiao Xian's deep longing for the Kuanpeng. At the same time, he could also feel the deep hatred from Xiao Xian. But why would such an existence recognize him as her master so easily? At this moment, Lin Rei began to have doubts. Moreover, his heart was filled with doubts. Little dragon, what do you think is the probability of Xiao Xian recognizing me as her master? Why do I have a vague feeling of uneasiness in my heart at this moment? TSK, this matter is really troublesome. If she did not talk about the Kuanpeng, perhaps I would think that she would hold it in. But, now. Facing Lin Rei's doubts, the little dragon also felt the same. How is it? Tell me quickly. Heh. Looking at Lin Rei's anxious expression, the little dragon smiled and said, if it was you, and your family or the people closest to you were killed, and your enemies were not killed, what would you do? Facing the little dragon's question, Lin Rei did not hesitate and directly answered. Of course I would kill. As soon as the word kill came out of his mouth, Lin Rei was stunned. Then, the doubts in his heart were answered at this moment. Understood. He nodded to the little dragon and did not say anything else. His gaze was fixed on Xiao Xian. No one knew what he wanted to do. Xiao Xian noticed Lin Rei's gaze. At first, she intentionally avoided it. But later, Xiao Xian began to look directly at Lin Rei. At this moment, Lin Rei was even clearer about his previous thoughts. I'm sorry. Just as Linley was about to speak, Xiao Xian beat him to it. This time, I lied to you. If you can reach the deity realm, and I am not dead by then, I will serve you as my master and serve you for all eternity. Heh, Lin Rei sneered. He did not care about Xiao Xian's words at all. Perhaps it was because he was holding it in. I'm sorry. I lied to you this time. Next time, I will return it to you. Saying that, Xiao Xian flashed to the side of the banishing immortal brush and reached out to grab it. She gave Lin Rei an apologetic smile and then turned around to leave. Do you think you can leave? At this moment, Lin Rei's tone changed. It became cold and emotionless. Since the other party had already acted this way, Lin Rei did not need to treat him anymore. Did you forget that the previous one was really big? Also, I said that your bloodline is very powerful, so... Formation? Bloodline? At this moment, Lin Rei was confused. However, in the next moment, Lin Rei seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened and he cried out in surprise, could it be, that's right. Without turning around, she walked to the center of the formation. With her back facing Lin Rei, Xiao Xian's voice came slowly. This formation looks like a formation that can hold it in, but it is not. Then what is it? Lin Rei asked subconsciously. A teleportation formation, or you can call it a location teleportation formation. It is a saint-level formation. I think, after hearing the name, you should be able to guess the purpose of this formation, right? Indeed. Lin Rei understood the purpose of this formation. Even if one was not a cultivator, after hearing the name, they should be able to guess the wonderful use of this formation. At this moment, Lin Rei's face darkened. He did not expect that after playing with eagles for so long, he would be caught in the eye by a sparrow. Let's not talk anymore. The energy in that drop of blood of yours is limited. So, goodbye. Just as Lin Rei was about to speak, Xiao Xian spoke to stop him. However, in the next moment, just as Xiao Xian finished speaking, the formation exploded with blue light. In the next moment, the banishing immortal brush and Xiao Xian's figure disappeared from the huge formation. Chapter 865. After a long time, the blue light disappeared. A few hours after the 100-meter formation disappeared, Lin Rei did not say anything. He just stared blankly at the spot where Xiao Xian disappeared. At this moment, no one knew what Lin Rei was feeling. Of course, the little dragon was the only exception. The others were just looking at Lin Rei from afar, not knowing what was going on. In the distance, a group of people saw Lin Rei standing on the spot and staring blankly at the sky. For a moment, some people thought that Lin Rei had lost his mind. Some thought that Lin Rei was frozen by a powerful spell. In any case, there were all kinds of theories. An hour after Xiao Xian disappeared, the higher-ups of the Talisman Sect seemed to have sensed something and removed the seal. As for Lin Rei, they only reminded Xuanfeng to be more careful and did not pay too much attention to him. After that, they left to do their own things. When the golden light disappeared, the original scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. For a moment, everyone sighed. After all, that powerful treasure was now, just like that. He stood there in a daze and did not say anything. It was as if he had encountered some kind of stimulation. He was not feeling well and his face became gloomy. That's enough. A voice filled with impatience, but amidst the impatience, a voice filled with concern entered Linley's ears. As though he had heard her, Linley's unblinking eyes moved, and his gloomy face regained some of its color. Sigh. Tell me, is there a need to do this? Isn't it just an innate spiritual treasure? It's not like you don't have it. Moreover, it's not like you can't see that thing anymore. When the time comes, I'll help you vent your anger. I'll erase her consciousness and create a new weapon spirit for you. When the time comes. There's no need. A deep voice came from Lin Rei's mouth. I didn't expect that after cultivating until now, I would be deceived by a thing without flesh and blood. Looks like I have to be more careful in the future. That's more like it. Upon seeing Lin Rei speak, the little dragon in the system heaved a long sigh of relief. Its originally kind heart was finally at ease. She dared to deceive me. I have to say that she has successfully angered me. Xiao Xian. Heh, that's even better. Just you wait. When I step into the holy world, I will definitely search the entire holy world and capture you. At that time, I will grind your bones into dust and toss you into the underworld river. If I don't make you suffer the pain of having your soul devoured, I won't be called Lin Rei. Even more ruthlessly, looking at Lin Rei's current appearance, the little dragon knew that Lin Rei and Xiao Xian were going to fight it out. At the same time, he felt sad for Xiao Xian. Of all the people she could deceive, she chose to die trying to deceive Lin Rei. As the saying goes, if you don't seek death, you won't die. When it came to Lin Rei, the little dragon knew that deceiving Lin Rei was equivalent to having a knife placed on one's neck. Alright, I will help you find him when the time comes. Don't worry. The little dragon was very confident when it said this, as though it could definitely do it. When the banished immortal brush left, I left a trace of my soul fragment on it. As long as you reach the holy world, you won't be afraid that you won't be able to find it. As it spoke, the little dragon's face revealed a trace of evil charm. Besides, isn't it just a small vessel spirit? When the time comes, I will help you find as many as you want. I guarantee that you will vomit the moment you see one. Upon hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei was speechless. However, he revealed a smile on his face. He knew that the little dragon was concerned about him. All right. After calming down, he revealed a rare smile on his face. Let's not talk about the banished immortal brush for now. Now that I have confirmed that I have entered the Talisman Grandmaster Sect, I believe that the higher-ups of the Talisman Grandmaster Sect have all noticed me. The road ahead will be difficult. I believe you. These words caused Linley to roll his eyes helplessly. You believe it? What's the point of believing it? We can't use force, and we can't use the soul-controlling pill. What's the point of believing it? As he spoke, Linley began to walk forward. This is not my fault. Upon sensing Lin Rei's resentment, the little dragon was so anxious that it hurriedly tried to distance itself from him. This is all the system's fault. Yes, it's the system. Everything is the system's fault. He was the one who issued the mission, not me. Moreover, I have always believed that you can do it, just like how you chose the system back then and came here from a lower plane. I have always believed in your ability. Lin Rei did not like the way the little dragon spoke all of a sudden. In the past, the little dragon had always been sarcastic. Now that it suddenly spoke in such a way, Lin Rei was not used to it. Excuse me, are you Lin Rei, the newcomer king of this batch of new disciples? The sudden question interrupted Lin Rei. He came back to his senses and lifted his head, only to see a male disciple dressed in the Talisman Grandmaster's uniform. He stood there nervously and scanned the surroundings with uncertainty, not daring to look directly into Lin Rei's eyes. Looking at him, Lin Rei was stunned and speechless. What the hell is this? Of course, he could not say that out loud. With a straight face, he straightened his clothes and replied. Yes, I am Lin Rei. May I know who you are? Oh, yes, I forgot to introduce myself. Upon hearing Lin Rei's reminder, the man exclaimed and quickly introduced himself. In response, Lin Rei's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. I am Tai Crazy. I am a core disciple of the Talisman Grandmaster. I am the disciple who is here to welcome you to your residence. Tai Crazy. Upon hearing the man's name, Lin Rei broke out in cold sweat. Lin Rei did not comment on the man's name. Yes, that's me. Ha. Good. Tai Tai Crazy replied. Lin Rei's first impression of him was that he was weak and easily bullied, cowardly and incompetent, and not very confident. However, Lin Rei was more concerned about the mental strength emanating from Tai Tai Crazy's body. Although it was only for a moment, Lin Rei could clearly feel that this mental strength was at least at the third stage of the divine level. Such a level was only 6 stages and 2 stages lower than his own. At this moment, Lin Rei could not help but reevaluate Tai Tai Crazy. To possess such powerful mental strength at such a young age, if used properly, he would be a powerful alchemist, talisman master, and formation master. However, there was something that Lin Rei was very puzzled about. With such mental strength, even in the Xuanzong sect, he would at least be an elder or guardian. But now, he was only a core disciple here. Lin Rei did not think that the talisman grandmaster was that powerful. Back in the ancient corpse trove, the ancestors of the talisman grandmaster had died in Lin Rei's hands. Therefore, the idea that the talisman grandmaster was in a place with powerful experts was not valid at all. Therefore, it was very clear that the people of the talisman grandmaster did not know about Tai Tai Crazy's mental strength. Perhaps there was a terrifying thought, and that was that Tai Tai Crazy himself might not know either. If that was the case, then, as he thought about it, a drop of something sparkling and translucent flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Lin Rei was completely unaware of this. He only knew that he was staring blankly ahead with a silly smile on his face. When Tai Tai Crazy saw the drop of something sparkling and translucent at the corner of Lin Rei's mouth, he began to suspect, is this the newcomer king this time? However, when he looked at the surrounding sky, he could not help but reach out and gently pat Lin Rei. That. Junior brother Lin Rei, look. It's getting late. Should we hurry up? We still have to see where you're staying later. Look. There was no response. At this moment, in the system, when the little dragon saw that Lin Rei was still in a daze, it could not help but roar angrily, Lin Rei, that's enough. You're embarrassing yourself, do you know that? Oh, the little dragon's voice was still the most effective. It immediately snapped Lin Rei out of his daze. Junior brother, let's go. Seeing that Lin Rei had returned to his senses, Crazy God hurriedly urged. Okay, let's go. Looking at Crazy God, Lin Rei's heart burned. At this moment, in Lin Rei's eyes, Crazy God was no longer a person, but a prey that had been targeted by Lin Rei, a prey that could not escape. Junior brother, is there something on my face? Sensing Lin Rei's fiery gaze, Shintai's body trembled and he couldn't help but take a step back. F***ck, this guy. Shintai's actions were enough to explain what he was thinking. However, considering his spiritual power, Lin Rei didn't pay too much attention to it. What's wrong? Seeing that Crazy God still had something to say, Lin Rei asked. Junior brother, why don't you wipe that thing off the corner of your mouth first, or else? As he spoke, Crazy God stopped abruptly. He didn't say anything else and walked forward alone. Corner of my mouth? When he heard Crazy God's words, Lin Rei instinctively raised his hand to touch the corner of his mouth. If he hadn't touched it, he wouldn't have known that he was touching it. When his hand touched the thing at the corner of his mouth, Lin Rei's old face suddenly turned red. F***ck, isn't it just a genius with slightly better spiritual power? Is there a need to do this? With that, Lin Rei hurriedly wiped away the sparkling thing at the corner of his mouth and hurriedly chased after Crazy God. However, the blush on his face didn't fade. Instead, it turned even redder. This was the most awkward thing he had ever done. At this moment, Crazy God, who was walking in front, seemed to have sensed Lin Rei's feelings after he was born. He pursed his lips and said, Junior brother, we'll be reaching your residence soon. Do you have any questions now? If you do, I can tell you now. Otherwise, I'm afraid there won't be many opportunities in the future. Why? Instinctively, Lin Rei asked. Currently, all the disciples in the Talisman sect, except for the new disciples and those who were captured by the sect master to be able-bodied men, are all in seclusion. Seclusion? Lin Rei was stunned and puzzled. He didn't understand why the Talisman sect would go into seclusion. Moreover, based on his understanding, seclusion was usually done when a great enemy was approaching or when some mystic realm was opened. The sect would order the disciples to go into seclusion to accumulate power and wait for the attack. To the side, Crazy God seemed to understand Lin Li's thoughts and immediately explained, "Junior apprentice brother, you're right. Some time ago, a few major sects in the region were challenged one after another. Moreover, I heard that the opponents were very powerful. Each time, there were only 2 or 3 people. Out of the 3 people, 2 of them were godly venerables while the remaining person was the challenger. He had the cultivation of an emperor god at such a young age. Therefore, the Talisman sect was afraid that such an incident would happen to them. Therefore, they ordered their disciples to go into seclusion and cultivate until that group of people arrived. Is that right?" Lin Rei asked before Crazy God could finish speaking. "Yes, that's right." Godzilla couldn't doubt Lin Li's words, because he was right. That was how it was. Heh. At that moment, Lin Rei was expressionless, but he was laughing crazily in his heart. When he heard Crazy God's words, Lin Rei knew that the people who challenged the major sects were the disciples that he had sent out. Those godly venerables were the generals that he had sent to protect them. However, Lin Rei didn't expect the Talisman sect to be so timid. They had already ordered their people to prepare before they even arrived. If the sect master of the Talisman sect knew that those people weren't coming back but their boss had come instead, what kind of expression would he have? Of course, what made Lin Rei the happiest was the news of a few disciples. Moreover, it sounded like they were doing well. It seemed that those major sects were unlucky. At that moment, Lin Rei couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Although he wasn't worried, Lin Rei was completely relieved when he heard that his disciples were fine. "Let's go. Let's not talk about this anymore." Crazy God thought that Lin Rei was afraid when he saw that Lin Rei was in a daze. Therefore, he didn't say anything and walked forward. Under Crazy God's lead, the 2 of them quickly arrived at the area where the core disciples lived. The Talisman sect had a total of 360 core disciples. Of course, this was under the condition that Lin Rei didn't join them. In the sect, core disciples were the mainstay of the sect. Although they were not as good as the pro-disciples, it was still very good. Compared to the elite disciples, inner disciples and some outer disciples, it was many times better. At that moment, Crazy God and Lin Rei stopped in front of a courtyard. "Junior brother, this will be your residence in the sect from now on." Lin Rei was stunned when he heard that. He raised his head and saw a door without a name on a plaque appear before his eyes. Lin Rei didn't have many thoughts when he saw this place. He had lived in a cave before, so it wasn't too bad now. Lin Rei looked at Crazy God and asked, "Senior brother, what's the name of this courtyard? Why is this plaque blank?" Crazy God was stunned when he heard that. He smiled and replied, "This courtyard is given to you. Naturally, you can name it yourself. The plaque is blank so that its owner can name it." "I see." Lin Rei muttered to himself and looked up. Although he wouldn't be staying here for long, he didn't want to be careless. What should it be called? Sui Feng? I don't dare. I mean, that doesn't sound good. Oh right, anything. After deciding on the name of the courtyard, he raised his hand and circulated his spirit energy to write the word anything on the plaque. Anything? Crazy God was stunned when he saw the 2 words on the plaque. "Ha, that's right, anything." Then, he looked at Crazy God. Lin Rei said in a carefree manner, "Anytime, follow your heart, walk as you please, and enjoy the world freely." Chapter 866. Anytime, follow your heart, walk as you please. The moment he heard Lin Rei's words, Crazy Shintai's expression froze. His heart was filled with bewilderment. He repeated Lin Rei's words to himself. However, his bewildered eyes slowly regained clarity as Crazy Shintai repeated them. In the end, Crazy Shintai did not fully recover. Instead, his eyes were even brighter than before. Moreover, at this moment, a nameless aura was emitted from Crazy Shintai's body. It was hard to describe this aura. It felt like Crazy Shintai was more at ease now. He was no longer as lazy and restrained as before. At the side, Lin Rei, who noticed Crazy Shintai's change, smiled. He could not help but feel gratified. TSK. Not bad. Although he looks a little silly, his comprehension is indeed quite interesting. Just by saying it casually, he was able to comprehend the Great Tao. Heh. I must have this person. Crazy Shintai was still in that special state. He did not know that someone was already thinking about him. Moreover, the person who was thinking about him was Lin Rei. He was a person who would not give up until he achieved his goal. In particular, if he encountered someone who was exceptionally talented, no matter how eloquent he was, he would try to recruit that person into his tutelage. Even if that person had a tutelage, so what? To Linley, nothing was taboo. He smiled and did not give Crazy Shintai a chance. He raised his head and looked at the plaque engraved at random under the blanket. He nodded in satisfaction and stepped out. He reached out and pushed the door open. Finally, his figure disappeared behind the door. At the door, Crazy Shintai remained where he was. The passers-by only frowned when they saw him. As for the others, they could not be bothered to care about what Crazy Shintai was doing. As for Lin Rei, at this moment, Lin Rei used a few minutes to check out his future residence. Overall, it was not bad. Of course, compared to the Xuanzong Sect's secret realm, this place could not be compared. They were not even on the same level. However, this was not his Xuanzong sect. And he did not come here to enjoy. Therefore, overall, it was not bad. There was a front yard and a backyard. There was also a garden in the backyard, a pond and a pavilion in the middle of the pond. The scenery was picturesque, making people forget to leave. As for the front yard, it was where people lived. Bujia estimated that there were about 10 rooms. Excluding some necessary rooms, the rest of the rooms were basically empty. Lin Rei didn't care about these things. He went to his master bedroom and opened the door. Other than a bed, a table, and a chair, there was nothing else. Moreover, there wasn't even a quilt on the bed. There was only a praying mat. Lin Rei was speechless. This talisman grandmaster is really something. He only gave me one praying mat in the room. However, this is still tolerable. But the most excessive thing is that he should at least give me a set of teacups, a teapot, tea leaves and other necessary items. With that, Lin Rei shook his head speechlessly. With a thought, a set of glowing teacups appeared in his hand. Sigh, it's still better to do it myself. Looking at the teacup in his hand, Lin Rei smiled. I never expected that the things little Tian prepared for me that I didn't use in the past would be of use now. Not bad. As he looked at the teacup in his hand, Lin Rei couldn't help but think of Lin Tian. He thought of that brother and companion that had accompanied him through hardships and tribulations. His thoughts were soundless, yet they surged into Lin Rei's heart like surging waves. Alas! Little Tian, I hope you're well. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have left you outside. As he spoke, a wisp of guilt arose in his heart. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. In the end, Lin Rei recovered from his guilt and thoughts, and he placed the teacup in his hand on the table. Forget it, I'll waste a day and decorate this residence. As he thought about this, Lin Li pulled out a random assortment of items from his interspatial ring. There were all sorts of things inside, such as blankets, pillows, decorations, and even tables and chairs. Looking at these, Lin Rei bitterly smiled and thought to himself, at this time, he moved a few houses over for me. There are even tables. Although he thought this, Lin Rei was indeed very happy and warm in his heart. Moreover, looking at the tables and chairs, Lin Rei was shocked. Damn, who did little Tian rob at this time? He even used golden incense wood to make tables. What a waste of natural resources. Although golden incense wood was not a better material for refining tools, it was still a very rare existence. Moreover, the most important thing was that golden incense wood was only found in Wuzhou, and the annual production of golden incense wood was not high at all. Just the ones taken out now should be the production of golden incense wood. Of course, golden incense wood's characteristics were not because it was a material for refining tools, but because of its various textures. Strands of golden threads existed within it like silk threads. Thus, golden incense wood instantly raised its aesthetic. Most importantly, golden incense wood naturally emitted a kind of fragrance. This kind of fragrance could clear one's mind and help cultivators cultivate. It could also prevent the formation of inner demons. Looking at these, Lin Rei nodded and did not think too much about it. He threw out all the tables in the room. Lin Rei was not a person who had high requirements for quality of life, but, if he had the conditions, then Lin Rei would not waste it. With a wave of his hand, a gentle wind appeared. The things prepared in compromise allowed them to return to the place where they should be. In just a few breaths' time, the originally ordinary room had changed greatly at this moment. If Xuanfeng, the sect master of the Talisman sect, walked into Lin Rei's room at this moment, he would probably be so shocked that he would not even be able to speak. After all, the things in the room at this moment were probably something that even he, the sect master of the Talisman sect, could not bring out. Putting everything else aside, just the golden incense wood alone was probably not available in the 9th state. Tisk, what's the use of preparing these useless things? You can't use them. At this moment, a sour voice sounded in Lin Rei's mind. Lin Rei could not think of anyone else other than the little dragon who had spoken to him. However, when he heard the displeasure in the voice, Lin Rei was secretly pleased. Sigh, there's no other way. Lin Rei entered the system and looked at the little dragon on the surface of the lake. He smiled. Little Tian, you've prepared so much. I don't want to. The main thing is, aren't they just for show? Moreover, I've always believed in a saying. What saying? Subconsciously, the little dragon asked. It's shameful to waste. I like to believe that it's shameful to waste. With that, Lin Rei got off the stunned little dragon and exited the system. *CK, a long time after Lin Rei left, the little dragon came back to its senses and looked at Lin Rei in disdain. You're the only one who thinks it's shameful to waste. I wonder who it was in the past. You could have raised your cultivation by more, but you wasted half of the energy. Now you're telling me that it's shameful to waste. Where's your face? The voice was not loud. Lin Rei could have heard it clearly. However, when Lin Rei exited the system space, he cut off the connection between him and the little dragon. Unless Lin Rei reconnected, even if the little dragon screamed until it broke its throat, Lin Rei would not be able to hear a single word. In front of the random door, Crazy Shintai's body trembled and he came back to his senses. I didn't expect that just a sentence, a coincidence, would allow me to enter the early stage Divine Emperor realm. He sighed and looked forward with a relaxed and excited expression. The figure he wanted to see disappeared. Crazy Shintai was stunned for a moment before he understood. It seems that I've been meditating here for a long time. Then, a pair of grateful eyes looked at the tightly shut door. After a while, he turned and left. However, at this moment, Crazy Shintai was grateful to Lin Rei. He left. At this moment, in the master bedroom of the random villa, Lin Rei smiled when he found out that Crazy Shintai had left. He can break through with just a sentence. I must get him. Otherwise, it's such a waste to leave him here. As he thought about this, a mysterious smile appeared on Lin Rei's face. He looked into the distance. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of a wicked idea. A good idea. Forget it. I'll think about this later. I'd better think about how I can get the position of the Sect Master of the Talisman Grandmaster first. As he spoke, Lin Rei sat on the sandalwood stool. He got some hot water from somewhere and made some tea. Now, it was done, Lin Rei picked up the teacup and took a sip. A look of enjoyment appeared on his face. Alas! This kind of life is like a fleeting cloud to me. It's an existence that I can only look at but can't reach. Even so, Lin Rei didn't give up on this opportunity. As he tasted this divine tea, he thought about what to do next. However, perhaps because Lin Rei was too engrossed in his thoughts, or perhaps because he was too relaxed after coming here, he didn't notice that someone had quietly appeared beside him. She sat down like the owner of the room, poured the tea, and started to taste it. Tisk, tsk, tsk. I didn't expect this little bastard to be so rich. I'm afraid that even the Sect Master of the Talisman Grandmaster might not have these things. At the side, the person who was tasting the tea glanced at everything in the room and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Heh. She laughed in her heart and didn't say anything. She just stared blankly at Lin Rei, who was engrossed in his thoughts. Unknowingly, he had become engrossed in his thoughts. At this moment, Lin Rei sensed that someone was looking at him. Instantly, he came back to his senses. His figure flashed to the door and he turned around to look. When he saw the figure sitting in front of the table, Lin Rei was stunned. Damn it. What's going on? Why is this fellow back again? At this moment, the person sitting in front of Lin Rei was none other than Su Ziqing, who had been dumped by Lin Rei previously and had been secretly observing Lin Rei. However, the difference was that when Su Ziqing was secretly observing him previously, he was dressed in female clothes. Now, he was dressed in male clothes again. Looking at this and that, Lin Rei felt a headache coming on. Seriously. The more I don't want to see someone, the more he just has to appear. Of course, Lin Rei wouldn't say this out loud. After all, Lin Rei didn't believe that a small force was behind someone who could nurture such a young emperor god. Looking at Su Ziqing, who was engrossed in his thoughts, Lin Rei was stunned. Then, he said, "Brother Su, you're awake." Seeing that Su Ziqing didn't respond, Lin Rei was stunned. Then, he said patiently, "Brother Su, you're awake." This time, just like before, Su Ziqing didn't open his mouth and didn't come back to his senses. Regarding this, Lin Rei didn't think like before. He took a step forward and patted Su Ziqing's body gently. "Brother Su, can you wake up now?" Finally, if he still didn't wake Su Ziqing up, Lin Rei planned to use a spell. However, at least Su Ziqing woke up. Otherwise, Lin Rei didn't know what would happen next. He didn't even dare to imagine it. "Brother Su, what were you thinking about just now? Why were you so engrossed in your thoughts? I called out to you many times, but I couldn't wake you up." Hearing this, Su Ziqing was stunned. His originally fair face turned red. He couldn't help but lower his head. He didn't dare to look at Lin Rei. I was thinking about some family matters just now, so I didn't notice Brother Lin calling me. I'm really, really sorry." As he spoke, he quickly stood up and bowed. Su Ziqing's sudden action stunned Lin Rei. He quickly waved his hand. All right. It's nothing." However, as if he thought of something, he said again, "However, I don't remember inviting you to my house. Brother Su, I wonder if you, Hearing this, Su Ziqing was speechless. He wanted to explain, but he couldn't think of a reason. What? Is this question very difficult to answer? At this moment, Su Ziqing's embarrassed appearance caused Lin Rei to feel extremely pleased. I came to. Su Ziqing stuttered. He didn't know what to say, and it caused Lin Rei's head to ache. Aya, that's enough. Don't say any more. If you're in the wrong, then you have to find a reason. As he spoke, Lin Rei returned to his seat. Speak. May I know why Brother Su has barged into my residence? At the same time, he was also telling Su Ziqing that if there was nothing else, she should leave as soon as possible. However, Lin Rei had underestimated Su Ziqing's shamelessness. Su Ziqing didn't leave. Instead, he sat down and started to boast. Actually, I came to find Brother Lin this time for no other reason than to ask for a room in Brother Lin's residence. After all, I didn't participate in the Talisman Grandmaster's competition, so I can't stay in the Talisman Grandmaster's residence. What did you say? Lin Rei looked at Su Ziqing with disbelief. At this moment, 10,000 curses were running through his mind. He had never expected such a situation. I want to stay here. After all, you're not a disciple of the Talisman Grandmaster. However, I also want to take a look at the Talisman Grandmaster's scenery. So, no, I don't agree. Before Su Ziqing could finish, Lin Rei rejected him without any hesitation. Why? Su Ziqing was puzzled. There's no reason. It's just that I don't like to live under the same roof as someone I'm not familiar with. So, I'm truly sorry. I can't fulfill Brother Su's request. Su Ziqing gnashed his teeth when he heard Lin Rei's words. He felt wronged. Chapter 867. F***ck, this D***mn piece of glass. Why does his grievance make me want to go up and protect him? Seeing the aggrieved look on Su Ziqing's face, for a moment, Linley unconsciously took a step forward. But in the instant that he did, Linley was stunned. Stunned, he hurriedly retreated. He couldn't help but complain to Su Ziqing in his heart. At the same time, he began to complain about his own self-control. My cultivation level is like this. Could it be that I'm not at the top level? That's not right either. For a moment, this question entangled Lin Rei. He was vexed and could not figure out why. At this moment, in the system space, where the little dragon was, a burst of laughter rang out. Little bastard, I told you to cut off contact with me. I didn't expect you to be so unconfident now. You're even questioning your own sexual orientation. If your wife finds out about this, don't you think she'll strangle you to death? At this moment, if Ruo Lin Rei were here and heard the little dragon say this, he would probably fall to the ground and never get up. Lin Rei didn't know, but that didn't mean the little dragon didn't know. When Su Ziqing arrived just now, the little dragon, who had nothing to do, intentionally or unintentionally looked up information about Su Ziqing. After reading it, the little dragon was overjoyed. However, there were also many surprises along with much joy. Apart from knowing that Su Ziqing was a girl, the little dragon also learned from her information that Su Ziqing wasn't from the realm of the gods at all. She came from the holy realm. Regarding this, the little dragon began to feel a little anxious. This was because Su Ziqing had been following Lin Rei from the beginning. He was afraid that Su Ziqing was someone who had been sent to find the supreme bloodline of Hongmeng. According to Lin Rei's current cultivation level, although ordinary Dao fruit saints weren't much of a threat to Lin Rei, but what about those above the Dao fruit realm? However, at this moment, Lin Rei had cut off contact with him, so his original worry had faded by quite a bit. In any case, he had the heart to do so, but Lin Rei didn't. Of course, even though it was unintentional, smiling, the little dragon sat down. Looking at the embarrassed Lin Rei outside, he was indescribably happy. Stinking brat, it's good to let you have a taste of your own medicine. However, if this little girl is really sent by that guy, don't blame me for not following the rules and suppressing you with a wave of my hand. Suddenly, a terrifying and unknown pressure swept through the entire system. If Ruo Lin's thunder or the people of the holy world saw this, they would probably be shocked to death. Sigh. You're still so hot-tempered. When will you restrain yourself a little? Suddenly, a voice that sounded like it was synthesized by an electronic device resounded in the system space. However, what was a little different was that there was a hint of human emotion in this electronically synthesized voice. Hearing this voice, the little dragon was stunned. He retracted his pressure and returned to his usual playful self. With a silly smile on his face, he scratched his head. What, I still have things to do. As for Lin Rei's matter, help me keep an eye on him. I'll go first. Without waiting for the system to speak, the little dragon opened his mouth and finished speaking. He instantly disappeared from where he was. His speed was as fast as thunder and waves, which was astonishing. Sigh. I really don't know what to do with you. Watching the little dragon's figure disappear into the distance, the system sighed and said no more. The system space returned to its usual arcane realm and tranquility. In the outside world, Lin Rei saw that Su Ziqing didn't speak and instead left the chair like a rascal. He thought that Su Ziqing was going to leave and was overjoyed. However, who would have thought that in the next moment, Lin Rei was stunned. He saw Su Ziqing walk directly to the bedside. She didn't even look at Lin Rei, much less pay attention to him. She took off her shoes and lay on the bed. She even covered herself with a blanket and looked as if she was going to sleep. Lin Rei completely lost his temper when he saw this scene. He didn't expect Su Ziqing to be like this, however, what could he do? Although he had noticed a little earlier, he hadn't completely revealed himself. Moreover, Su Ziqing had the cultivation of a god emperor. If she made a move now, the higher-ups of the Talisman sect would be even more vigilant. Then, it would be even more difficult to complete the task. As he thought about this, Lin Rei felt helpless. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. Su Ziqing, you can stay here, but, please leave my bed and my room. There are many rooms nearby. You can stay in whichever one you want. Hurry up. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll regret this decision. With a swoosh, the blanket was lifted. Su Ziqing quickly put on her shoes with a smile on her face. She winked at Lin Rei and left the room in a flash. Thank you. It seems like we'll have to do our best in the future. She said this before she left. Lin Rei almost fell off his chair when he heard this. He was filled with depression. In the end, Lin Rei shook his head and closed the door with a wave of his hand. Not long after, a cry of surprise sounded from the side. Why is this place so different from your place? Lin Rei understood what Su Ziqing meant. Nonsense, these things belong to me. Lin Rei replied as he thought about it. Of course they're different. If you want to become like me, you should prepare for it yourself. I've already shown you enough kindness by giving you a place to stay. Don't tell me you want to stay in my room. As he spoke, he sneered and waved his hand. An honorable level array appeared outside the room and enveloped the entire room. This was all for the sake of being on guard against Su Ziqing suddenly barging in. Linli was truly afraid of her. At this moment, Linli's world was finally peaceful. A smile appeared on Linli's face as he walked to his bed, sat down cross-legged, and began to meditate. Lin Rei, who was cultivating, did not know that in an elder's hall in the depths of the Talisman sect, an elder was looking at a few disciples in front of him with a gloomy face and giving them instructions. Hong, remember that the person who bullied your junior brother is none other than the new disciple of the sect this year. That person's cultivation is a little high. Although he was initially at the true God realm, he exploded with the cultivation of the divine emperor realm. So, you must be careful this time. There is nothing wrong with sparring between disciples of the sect. However, if you want to watch them fight, I'm afraid the sect will stop you. If that's the case, your junior brother's injuries will be in vain. At this moment, if Lin Rei was there, he would definitely recognize the elder. He was none other than Jin Chen's grandfather, Jin Buhuan. As for the person Jin Buhuan called Hong, he was Jin Chen's father, Jin Buhuan's son, Jin Long's disciple. However, Jin Long was in seclusion all year round. Thus, Jin Buhuan had been teaching Hong Er. Hong Er's name was Chong Hong. He was one of the few direct disciples of the sect. Due to his great talent, he was already at the early divine ancestor realm. That was why Jin Buhuan had Chong Hong appear. As for Jin Buhuan, he naturally could not appear. Otherwise, not only would Xuanfeng punish him, he would also be branded as a bully. Yes, this grand disciple understands. This grand disciple will definitely make that bastard who injured junior brother pay with his blood. How dare he bully junior brother like that? A murderous aura erupted from Chong Hong. Sensing the murderous aura, Jin Buhuan was overjoyed. Chong Hong had a good relationship with Jin Shen. That was the reason why Jin Buhuan thought of Chong Hong. Suddenly, Jin Buhuan thought of something and asked, "Oh, that's right. You still haven't told me who that bastard who injured junior brother is?" This old man forgot. Jin Buhuan laughed awkwardly. Then, he said, "That person is this year's newcomer king. His name is Lin Rei. He's very easy to find. He was already a core disciple of the Talisman sect the moment he entered the sect. Thus, understood. This grand disciple will go and prepare. I guarantee that Lin Rei will not be able to call for help in the Talisman sect. I guarantee that he'll suffer so much that he'll wish he was dead." Chong Hong smiled cruelly as he looked at Jin Buhuan. After bowing to Jin Buhuan, he left. Humph. Lin Rei, let's see how you'll survive this time. Those who oppose this exalted will not have a good ending. This is only the beginning. I'll slowly play with you until you're in complete despair. With a malevolent expression, Jin Buhuan looked at Chong Hong's departing figure. Sigh. Hong, you must succeed this time. Although he was full of confidence in Chong Hong, for some reason, when Chong Hong left, a trace of panic rose from the bottom of his heart. However, Lin Rei was completely unaware of this. At this moment, Lin Rei was still immersed in the pleasure of cultivating and comprehending. At this moment, on the Wan Peak, Chong Hong, who had left Jin Buhuan's place, had returned to his residence. He brought his trusted subordinates to his room. Looking at the dozen or so people who were around his age, Chong Hong's expression was solemn. His tone was strict. "Everyone, I've asked all of you to come here for no other reason. My junior brother has been bullied during this period of time, so, Senior Chong Hong, just say it. What do you want? Do you want an arm, a leg, or, As he spoke, the young man who stood out to express his opinion reached out and drew a line across his neck. "That's right, senior brother. Who would be so reckless? Doesn't he know that Jin Shen is your most beloved junior brother? He actually dared to attack Jin Shen in the Talisman sect. I think he must be tired of living." "Yes, I agree. However, which faction did the person who injured your junior brother belong to? Is it the Heavenly Cloud faction or the Red Sleeve faction? If it's one of these two factions, perhaps there will be a lot of problems. After all, the members of these two factions are almost as strong as you. There are even rumors that the member of the Red Sleeve faction has recently made a breakthrough and surpassed you." Hiss. When these words were spoken, the originally noisy scene instantly quieted down. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their expressions changed and became unsightly. Seeing everyone's reaction, Chong Hong let out a cold laugh. But that cold laugh disappeared as quickly as it came, and no one saw it. "Don't worry. That person isn't from the Skycloud gang, nor is he from the Red Sleeve gang. He's just the number one disciple of the new disciples, the rookie king, Lin Li." "What? New disciple? Newcomer king?" A doubtful voice came from the side. Not only that, everyone present was stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment and doubt. They originally thought that it was an old faction of the sect or an expert who didn't care about his life. However, they didn't expect that the person who injured Jin Shen was so different from what they had imagined. It was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. That's right. How about, you, senior brother, leave this matter to me, Zhu Zhenggao. Trust me, I will definitely do a good job for you. TSK, you? Let me do it. Not to mention other things, my faction in the sect is at least bigger than yours. Moreover, I am stronger than you. Therefore, senior brother, leave this matter to me. Without waiting for Chonghong to finish his sentence, the crowd of cultivators began to scramble to be the first to speak. Chonghong sneered in his heart. However, he still wore a gentle smile on his face. All right, stop arguing for now. You guys can discuss this amongst yourselves. Oh, right, I forgot to discuss this with you. Linley will be a core disciple as soon as he enters the school. So, you guys have to be careful. He lives in the core disciple area. Oh. Core disciple. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. However, they weren't worried anymore. After all, Linley was just one person, while they had a group of people. However, they hadn't expected that the Linley in their eyes wasn't what they had imagined. Alright, you guys go. Let him feel despair step by step. I want him to live a life worse than death. If this matter is done well, then I will give you the golden dragon pill this time. It will allow you to break through to the next level. Once these words were spoken, the crowd instantly became silent. There was only the sound of breathing. It could be seen that this golden dragon pill was extremely tempting. However, just as they were discussing, a youth with a long sword in his arms came to the entrance of the courtyard. His face was cold and his body emitted an invisible sword intent, giving people a feeling that they couldn't get close to him. Raising his head, he looked at the courtyard that had already become someone else's. The instant he saw the name of the courtyard, the youth frowned. However, he quickly relaxed, as if he was relieved of something. My name is Lu Bai. After coming out of seclusion today, I heard that junior brother Lin Rei's sword intent is soaring to the heavens. As your brother, I am very infatuated with the way of the sword. I wonder if junior brother Lin could come out and fight with me to comprehend the sword intent. Without any warning, he directly spoke. A roar similar to a sound wave battle technique appeared. It was like a sound transmission from 1,000 miles away. However, it was many times stronger than a sound transmission from 1,000 miles away. Lu Bai's voice resounded throughout the entire courtyard. His purpose was to make Lin Rei appear. However, what Lu Bai didn't know was that outside Lin Rei's room, there was an honorable level formation that isolated all sound. As for what Lu Bai said just now, Lin Rei didn't hear it at all. However, Lin Rei didn't know that Su Ziqing, who was staying next to him, heard it very clearly. Furthermore, it was the kind of sound that woke her up from a dream. Phew, bastard. That bastard actually dared to disturb my beauty's sleep. As the saying goes, the uncle can endure, but the aunt can't. Regarding sleeping, Su Ziqing couldn't forgive. She stood up, put on her shoes and took a step forward. A series of afterimages appeared. In the next moment, she arrived at the entrance in a few breaths. When she opened the door, Lu Bai, who was standing at the entrance like a sharp sword, appeared in front of Su Ziqing. Looking at him, Su Ziqing was stunned. Then, the anger in her heart soared. She berated, "Say, do you have nothing better to do? Why don't you just focus on cultivating your way of the sword? Why must you challenge me? It's all because of you that my beautiful dream was ruined by you. Tell me, what should I do?" Chapter 868. Lu Bai was stunned when he saw the person who had suddenly appeared. He quickly regained his senses and said, "You are Lin Rei? The new newcomer king this time? The Lin Rei who is so terrifying in the way of the sword?" Looking at Su Ziqing, Lu Bai did not expect that there would be a girl in Lin Rei's residence. However, Su Ziqing was still in the appearance of a man. As for Lu Bai, who had never seen Linley before, when Su Ziqing had walked out of Linley's courtyard, he had subconsciously assumed that Su Ziqing was Linley. Thus, this scene had occurred. What? Lin Rei. Looking at Lu Bai, Su Ziqing was stunned. Then, he understood. Ha, you don't know Lin Rei, yet you still dare to challenge him. Are you stupid? Su Ziqing did not show any mercy to Lu Bai. Moreover, because he had just been woken up, Su Ziqing could not release the anger in his heart. Now, it's fine if you don't know Lin Rei. Tell me, what right do you have to challenge Lin Rei to a duel? Just based on your current insignificant cultivation? Or with your arrogant way of the sword? Lu Bai, who was about to explain, was interrupted by Su Ziqing before he could finish his words. He did not give Lu Bai any chance to speak. Moreover, his words were so sharp that Lu Bai was stunned and did not know where to stand. Little friend, hurry up and leave. Go back and train for 1,000 years before coming back. Otherwise, based on your current level of training and understanding of the Tao of the sword, in front of Linley, to be honest, you really aren't enough. Looking at the stunned Lu Bai, he laughed coldly. His expression was full of disdain. He turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, the anger in Su Ziqing's heart had subsided. However, it was not excessive. After all, this was not his territory. It was a completely unfamiliar place, the Talisman Grandmaster. While Su Ziqing was reprimanding Lu Bai, a few disciples wearing the same uniform as Lu Bai gradually gathered around them. However, after seeing Su Ziqing's actions, everyone was stunned. Who didn't know Lu Bai's battle strength amongst the core disciples? He was ranked amongst the top. When had anyone dared to reprimand him like this? Looking at all of this with a doubtful gaze, the heavy responsibility was extremely shocked. I'm asking, are you, the new disciple Lin Rei? I'm giving you one more chance. I don't want to talk nonsense. Hurry up and tell me. At this moment, Lu Bai retreated from being reprimanded. He raised his head sadly and looked at Su Ziqing, who was about to leave. His sword chi surged from his body as he questioned Su Ziqing coldly. Are they going to attack? With her back to Lu Bai, Su Ziqing was stunned when she heard this. She thought she had misheard. However, an unyielding sword intent came from behind her. At this moment, Su Ziqing had no choice but to turn around. She looked at Lu Bai with a look of disdain and self-abuse. Su Ziqing hadn't heard this sentence for many years. It could be said that ever since he was born, he had never heard this sentence. Even his own father had never ordered him to do this. However, it appeared now, and it was in the divine realm. If some old people in the divine realm knew about this, they would probably be stunned. Su Ziqing sneered and looked at Lu Bai. She said, "Tisk, I really don't know where you get your courage from. You actually dare to treat me like this. Also, you released your sword intent. Are you going to attack me? Lin Rei, is that you?" Lu Bai repeated as if he didn't hear Su Ziqing's words. Su Ziqing didn't say anything. She was sure that Lu Bai was either a fool or a lunatic. However, you're very good. However, it won't be that easy to find Lin Rei. Since that's the case, I'll let the Emperor play with you first. Emperor, you. Lu Bai was stunned and asked subconsciously. The name Emperor was something that only cultivators who had broken through to the Emperor God realm dared to call themselves. Because of the Tendo's restrictions, no one dared to make an appointment. Of course, it was a mortal dynasty. However, now, she heard the name Emperor from a young man. Moreover, the Tendo didn't react. At this moment, Lu Bai was shocked. Yes, it's the Emperor. I haven't heard what you just said for a long time. Back then, the cultivator family who said those words to the Emperor, I'm afraid they've already entered the cycle of reincarnation. However, don't worry. She smiled at Lu Bai and continued, I won't let you enter the cycle of reincarnation. After all, the one you want to challenge is Lin Rei. The emperor just wants to settle the score with you for ordering the emperor. Lu Bai wanted to say something. However, when he saw the smile on Su Ziqing's face, he couldn't help but feel frightened. At this moment, although Su Ziqing was smiling, in Lu Bai's eyes, it was not. It was the Grim Reaper who stood up and waved at him. Inexplicably, the fear in his heart swept through his entire body. Feeling the coldness in Su Ziqing's words, Lu Bai froze on the spot. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. However, at the same time, he still couldn't believe it. He found it hard to accept that such a young Su Ziqing could cultivate to the Emperor God realm. Come, let the Emperor see the sword will and sword Dao that you're so proud of. Let the Emperor see how strong you are. There was no chance for Lu Bai to feel at this moment. She raised her hand and clenched her fist, aiming it at Lu Bai. All right. Although Lu Bai was a little afraid of the battle, he immediately adjusted his emotions and fighting spirit in the face of the battle before the new year. Holding the long sword in his hand, a sharp sword aura surged out from his body like a raging wave. Even though I don't know if your cultivation base is at the Emperor God realm, but the sword Dao that I cultivate is traversing the 4 seas. As he said that, he waved his long sword. Sword flowers appeared one after another, bringing with them a tidal wave of sword will. As a result, the spirit chi in the surroundings started to change. All of it started to rumble along with Lu Bai's tidal wave of sword will. This sword will. Sensing the spirit chi in the surroundings, Su Ziqing exclaimed in surprise. A faint smile appeared on her face. Why does this sword will seem similar to Grandpa Long's sword will? But there are still some differences. One is like a small river, while the other is like the 9 heavens ocean. It stretches as far as the eye can see. Involuntarily, a mischievous old man appeared in Su Ziqing's mind. The old man held a wooden sword in his hand. Although it looked like a child's play, a layer of cloth vaguely appeared around the wooden sword and wrapped it within. Grandpa Long, if you knew that there was a sword cultivator in the lower realm who cultivated the same sword will as you, would you disregard everything and come down here? As she thought about it, a smile appeared on her face. Lu Bai had no time to care about Su Ziqing's smile. Because in Lu Bai's heart, Su Ziqing was a strong enemy. A strong enemy that made him feel pressured. A giant that made him feel pressured. He didn't like this feeling. But at the same time, he liked it. It was because of such an existence that his sword will continue to grow. Title Sword Art, 1 sword to break the river, the sound of the angry sea, whoosh, a buzzing sound broke through the air. Waves of powerful sword will enveloped the area within a radius of 10 feet. It was as if it was going to destroy everything. A tidal wave of sword will instantly left Lu Bai's longsword and rushed towards Su Ziqing. Su Ziqing, who was still immersed in his memories, felt the endless sword will rushing towards him. He quivered and came back to his senses. He raised his head to look. Little river, little river. How dare you call yourself the sound of the angry sea? How shameless. I wonder who memorized this sword art. How shameless. Actually, Lu Bai wasn't wrong. After all, this sword art was indeed a rare sword art in the divine world. But, in the eyes of the people in the holy world, it was naturally nothing. Moreover, the biggest difference between the two wasn't the sword art. It was the worldview. In the holy world, people were used to seeing saints and terrifying cultivation techniques. So when they saw things from the divine world, they naturally felt that they were inferior to the holy world. At the same time, it was the same in the divine world. They had never seen a saint, let alone a saint's cultivation technique or sword art. Since the two worlds were separated, it was normal for things to be different. Looking at the sword will in front of him, he didn't pay much attention to it. He felt a little bored. He casually waved his hand. A palm-sized palm print rushed out and collided with the sword will. Bang! With a loud sound, the long sword shattered, the palm print shattered, but when it shattered, the fragments of the palm prints scattered in all directions like stars in the sky. Hiss, Lu Bai sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing his sword art being broken so easily, Lu Bai was stunned for a moment. His expression turned ugly. Lu Bai wasn't the only one who was shocked. The people in the surroundings were all core disciples. Even if they weren't core disciples, they were still inner disciples. They were very clear about Lu Bai's strength. Such a powerful strength was just a matter of a slap in front of this mysterious person. This was something that the crowd found hard to accept. Damn, a fierce person? Who is this? Does anyone know? At this moment, a frail-looking and chubby guy saw the scene just now. He didn't care about the surrounding people and started to cry out in surprise. As he cried out in surprise, he kept shaking the surrounding people and asked about some things that they already knew. Say it, brother. I am Feng Qiu. No matter how good little whirlwind. Little Tianji, quickly say it. Seeing that no one responded, the chubby guy who called himself Feng Qiu quickly reported his identity. But needless to say, it was useful. You are Feng Qiu. The Feng Qiu who sells information through the revolving door. At this moment, the young man at the side was stunned. He turned around and looked at Feng Qiu in surprise and asked. Yes? What's wrong? Do you think that this big brother is very noble? I worked so hard for you guys and to serve you guys. As he spoke, the chubby guy couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. He looked like he had worked very hard. However, Feng Qiu didn't notice that when the young man asked the question, there was a hint of coldness in his surprised eyes. Huh, thank you. Are you kidding? After knowing Feng Qiu's true identity, the young man didn't care about Su Ziqing who was in the middle of a battle. He casually slapped away the hand that was on his body. Back then, the news of my Taoist companion cheating was spread by you. If it wasn't for you. If it wasn't for you, Little Red wouldn't have left the sect out of shame. If it wasn't for you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been looked down upon during that time. If it wasn't for you. The more the young man spoke, the more anxious he became. In the end, he stopped speaking and roared. His voice was full of suppression and hoarseness. Feng Qiu stared in shock at the young man who was acting like a crazy devil, and then felt a bit embarrassed. Never could he have imagined that he would run into such a situation. It was also because of the young man's reminder that Feng Qiu remembered that matter. Speaking of which, he felt ashamed. Back then, it was also others who begged him to expose this matter. Although this matter went against his original intentions, but, in the face of benefits, everything was fleeting. As for the young man, Feng Qiu knew his name. He was Zhao Shuai, the son of a small cultivator clan. Looking very apologetic, Feng Qiu bowed and said, Zhao Shuai, what happened back then was my fault. However, before we talk about it, could you please tell me who that person was? Normally speaking, he would have. But unfortunately, he had been home for the past few days, so he didn't know what had happened. You. Even now, Feng Qiu was still thinking about the matter. Zhao Shuai was so anxious that he didn't say anything. Instead, he shot off into the distance. Fudge, no way. Seeing Zhao Shuai's figure disappear, Feng Qiu was stunned. He cursed and activated his movement technique. He didn't care about the battle on the side. His life was more important. Although he was fat, Feng Qiu was indeed a nimble fatty. Before Zhao Shuai arrived, Feng Qiu had already dashed off into the distance. At the moment, no one was paying attention to Feng Qiu. Everyone's attention was on Su Ziqing. They all wanted to know who that person was. Was he the king of newcomers, Lin Rei? And yet, he was staying at Lin Rei's place. Everyone's gossipy hearts were stirred. What do you think? Do you want another round? Su Ziqing teased. Humph, Tidewater Sword Art, Second Sword Paradise, Kill, an earth-shattering sword shadow shot out noiselessly, charging towards Su Ziqing with an unparalleled aura. Sigh. You really don't know. Don't you know how big the gap between us is? Looking at the stubborn Lu Bai who refused to listen to his advice, Su Ziqing was stunned. He shook his head speechlessly and casually sent out a palm strike. The moment it appeared, it was like the nine heavens thunder seal. It did not stop at all and directly broke through the incoming sword's shadow. It did not stop at all as it rushed towards Lu Bai at an extremely fast speed. What? Bang! A muffled sound was heard. A black figure was sent flying backward in a parabola. He flew back 100 meters before coming to a stop. Puff! Lu Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. He lay on the ground like a dead dog. His right hand supported himself on the ground. He looked at Su Ziqing in shock. At this moment, he finally knew that he was no match for Su Ziqing. And he could feel that Su Ziqing didn't even use his full strength. Chapter 869. How is it? Lu Bai, do you still want to find Lin Rei? Looking at Lu Bai in the distance, Su Ziqing stepped forward and squatted down in front of him. He said disdainfully, "Back off. You can't even defeat me. You can't even defeat Lin Rei." Although Su Ziqing felt that these words were somewhat exaggerated, he was right about one thing. Lu Bai was no match for Lin Li. Although Lin Rei had only revealed a little of his strength, Su Ziqing had seen the previous battle. That was why he was so sure. Puff! Lu Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. The vitality in his body began to fade. Lu Bai had to take this seriously. Don't be agitated. Otherwise, when your vitality fades and your aura dissipates, no one will be able to save you. Looking at Lu Bai's agitated appearance, Su Ziqing's heart softened. Although Lu Bai had woken him up, it had not reached the point of killing him. With a thought, she took out a blue medicinal pill filled with a medicinal fragrance from her ring and handed it to Lu Bai. She said softly, "Take this and eat it. Although it can't completely heal your injuries, it will be better than it is now." Without waiting for Lu Bai to speak, he threw the elixir into his hands. Then, he got up and prepared to leave. Thank you." An extremely weak voice came from behind. Although the expression on his face was good because of the pain, there was a look of gratitude on his face. He knew that if Su Ziqing had not shown mercy, he would have been in the 9 underworlds, before reincarnation. No need to thank me. After all, there is no deep hatred between us. With that, he stepped forward and walked towards the door. Thank you for the elixir." Lu Bai's voice sounded again. At this time, Su Ziqing, who had already walked to the door, stopped. He did not turn back, nor did he respond. He just stood there. "Thank you. Although you showed mercy, although you defeated me, I still want to see Lin Rei. After all, I have not seen Lin Rei's true strength. I, Lu Bai, will not give up on the true way of the sword. Even if the world collapses, even if the water flows backward, I, Lu Bai, will not give up." This sentence was full of unwavering, unyielding, and indomitable momentum. Heh. You're still stubborn. If you're not stubborn, you're still a fool. Upon hearing Lu Bai's words, Su Ziqing, who was standing in front of the door, sneered. "If you want to wait, then do as you please." However, as he spoke, he turned his head, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he said in a low and deep voice, "I don't care if you can find Lin Rei or not. This is your business. However, you must not disturb me like before. Otherwise, I won't be merciful next time. At that time, I can't guarantee that my hand will tremble, and a hole will appear in your heart." Lu Bai was stunned. At this moment, other than being stunned and shocked, there was nothing else. At this moment, Lu Bai believed that Su Ziqing was serious this time. If he made the same mistake again, then the next time, it would really be like what Su Ziqing had said just now, a hole in his heart. As he thought about it, he shuddered. Fear filled his entire body, and cold sweat flowed down his face. "Humph, you can wait on your own." As he spoke, he ignored Lu Bai and stepped into the courtyard. Dong! A muffled sound rang out. Su Ziqing closed the door, and his figure completely disappeared from the eyes of the crowd. Huff! The sound of rapid breathing came out of Lu Bai's mouth. His chest rose and fell violently, as if he had just undergone intense exercise. There will always be someone better than you. For such a young man to possess such practicality, it seems that I will need to work harder in the future. Otherwise. As he thought of this, Lu Bai propped himself up with great difficulty. Using his sword as a support, he supported his tired body and walked towards himself. At that moment, the onlookers in front of him realized Lu Bai's intention and automatically opened up a path for him. They watched as Lu Bai slowly walked away from the crowd. In a quarter of an hour, Lu Bai had completely disappeared from the eyes of the crowd. In response to this, the onlookers, who had lost their interest, hurriedly left the courtyard and went about their own business. Perhaps it was because everyone was very eager to improve their practical abilities, but the news of Su Ziqing defeating Lu Bai did not spread within the sect. Furthermore, no one knew that Su Ziqing had appeared from Lin Rei's courtyard. Perhaps it was because of Lu Bai's strength that this matter did not ferment as it usually did. Instead, it was as quiet as still water. Time passed day by day. After Lu Bai was defeated by Su Ziqing, he returned to his residence and took the blue pill. He was amazed. Originally, he thought that he would need to rest for a few months. Who would have thought that he would be as good as new in just 2 days? After this incident, he knew his shortcomings. Subsequently, he did not go to the courtyard as he had said. Instead, he went into seclusion to comprehend his sword intent and make a breakthrough in his cultivation, so that he could surpass Su Ziqing as soon as possible. As for Lin Rei, in the past few days, it could be said that he had lived quite comfortably. In the past few days, although he did not make much progress in refining weapons, his cultivation had improved a lot because he had lived a peaceful life and did not think too much. Originally, he was at the peak of the middle stage ultimate god realm. Now, in the past few days, his cultivation had completely reached saturation. At this moment, there was only a thin layer between him and the late stage ultimate god realm. As long as he could find an opportunity, he would be able to reach the late stage ultimate god realm. However, that opportunity alone had sealed the futures of countless people. Thus, even so, Lin Li didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. In Lin Rei's room, Lin Rei, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of light instantly rushed out. The middle stage ultimate god realm cultivation in his body was withdrawn by Lin Rei the moment he woke up. Not a trace of it was left in his body. At this moment, Lin Rei once again became an ordinary person who did not know how to cultivate and did not have a trace of spiritual energy in his body. Phew. It seems that this kind of life can really help me break through to the late stage ultimate god realm. I just don't know where my opportunity is. As he said that, his originally happy expression became melancholy and there was a hint of urgency on his face. However, this expression was quickly concealed by Lin Rei and his whole person returned to his usual self. As the saying goes, don't care if it doesn't concern you. At this moment, Lin Rei's appearance and demeanor were exactly like that. It was as if everything that happened had nothing to do with him. He raised his head and looked at the bed. Rays of sunlight shone in through the window. Feeling the residual warmth of the sun, his heart felt inexplicably peaceful. It's time to go out for a walk. After all, I'm now a disciple of the Talisman Grandmaster Sect. Moreover, I might be able to find the opportunity to break through to the late stage ultimate god realm here. He got up, tidied up his messy clothes and strode to the door. When he opened the door, a ray of sunlight shone on Lin Rei's face. It was so dazzling that Lin Rei could not bear it and closed his eyes. After a few minutes, he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he had gotten used to the dazzling sunlight. Lin Rei walked out. He was so curious that he forgot that Su Ziqing was still living in his house. He did not call out to Su Ziqing but left the room alone. He walked out of the courtyard's door and began to wander around. Although Lin Rei had joined the sect for a few days, he had not walked around at all. Therefore, Lin Rei was completely clueless about his surroundings. The worst thing was that Lin Rei had lost his sense of direction. At this moment, he did not know where to go or where to go. He stood on the main road with a face full of confusion. "Big brother, we might be able to get a very good mission from the mission hall after our breakthrough this time." Mission hall? Just as Linley was in the midst of his confusion, these words entered Linley's ears. Instantly, upon hearing this news, Linley laughed, and all of his confusion was swept away. Hee, mission hall. TSK. I haven't been to this place for a long time. I wonder if the mission hall here is as good as the one in the Xuanzong sect. After making up his mind, he looked at the three people who were talking before and followed them without saying anything. "Xiao Yun, we have to choose a better mission for our breakthrough this time. Otherwise, if we always choose low-level missions, the commission will not be enough." "Yes, I agree with third brother on this point. It is indeed time for us to choose some middle-level missions." At this moment, the three of them were happily chatting and fantasizing. They did not notice Lin Rei following behind them at all. Just like this, the things that they talked about along the way appeared in Lin Rei's mind without missing a word. Lin Rei also received a lot of information about this. However, the most important thing was that Lin Rei felt happy listening to the three of them. He no longer had the feeling of not knowing what to do. Along the way, the three of them sped up. After a while, Lin Rei followed the three of them to the so-called mission hall. At this moment, Lin Rei was standing in front of a magnificent hall. There were carvings of some rare and exotic beasts on it, as well as some elixirs that even Lin Rei could not recognize. TSK, a late-stage divine weapon. Although it is still far from the Xuanzong sect's Great Hall, but it is still okay. After all, the Xuanzong sect's palace was given by the system. Furthermore, Lin Rei had forcefully refined it to have the ability to grow. When they arrived at this place, Lin Rei did not follow the three of them. Instead, he walked towards the mission hall alone. He was not very fast, but he still took 2 steps at a time. When he arrived at the entrance of the palace and looked up, Lin Rei was instantly stunned. At this moment, at the entrance of the mission hall, Lin Rei was stunned as he looked at the crowd in the Great Hall. It is indeed a large sect. There are already so many people in the mission hall. If the entire talisman sect is here, how many people would there be? When he thought about the tens of thousands of people in his sect, Lin Rei felt a little embarrassed. "Hey, brother, who are you? I have never seen you before. What's your name? Can we be friends? You should know that I, Feng Qiu, am a very loyal person. How about it?" A voice suddenly entered Lin Rei's ears. Lin Rei was immediately stunned. He turned his head and saw a chubby, fair-skinned fatty standing in front of him. His face was full of smiles, but there was a trace of longing in the depths of his eyes. You are?" Lin Rei did not recognize him. However, if Su Ziqing was here, he would definitely recognize him. Wasn't this the fatty who was being chased by people in front of the random gate a few days ago? It was a pity that Lin Rei was not here at that time. Otherwise, he would recognize Feng Qiu. "Ah. I am. I." Upon hearing Linley's rhetorical question, Feng Qiu was stunned for a moment before he chuckled and said, "That's great. I'm the all-knowing Feng Qiu who roamed around the talisman sect's inner court, outer court and core direct disciples. There is nothing in the talisman sect that I, Feng Qiu, do not know. If you want to say it, I can answer it." Feng Qiu was stunned. Sigh. "I am afraid that he is an idiot. Forget it. Let's leave quickly. It is impossible for me to go home if you wait here." After he finished speaking, he did not have the chance to praise Feng Qiu. Instead, he walked into the depths of the mission hall. You said that At this moment, Feng Qiu recovered from his excitement. When he turned his head to look at Lin Rei, he realized that there was still someone at the place where Lin Rei was standing. What the? Feng Qiu was stunned. When he turned his head to look, he saw that Lin Rei had walked far away. Feng Qiu cried out in shock and hurriedly brought his 200 to 300-pound body to the front of Lin Rei in an extremely strange way. He twisted his body left and right, and in the next moment, he arrived in front of Lin Rei. How powerful was Lin Rei? How could he not sense Feng Qiu's approach? However, Lin Rei did not want to open his mouth because he was afraid that Feng Qiu would not be able to stop once he opened his mouth. Hey, why did you leave? You haven't told me your name. Oh, right. How high is your cultivation base? Do you have a cultivation partner? Do you have a family or some? At this moment, Lin Rei was speechless. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Even if he did not open his mouth, the person in front of him would still shoot endlessly like a machine gun. What are you trying to do? Do I know you? Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. In the end, Lin Rei could not take it anymore and could only threaten him. However, Lin Rei seemed to be muttering about Feng Qiu's face. He did not expect that after he said so, Feng Qiu would still act as if nothing had happened. He still had a smile on his face and did not show any dissatisfaction. Io, don't be like this. I just want to know your name and your cultivation base. Tell me, you are. Scram, a roar came out of Lin Rei's mouth. Lin Rei did not want to endure it anymore. Otherwise, he would go crazy. At this moment, perhaps because Lin Rei's voice was too loud, the entire mission hall quieted down. Everyone's eyes were on Lin Rei. When this scene appeared, Lin Rei was stunned and quickly waved his hand to apologize. Unbridled laughter came from the side. Regarding this, Lin Rei completely lost his temper. Damn it, why are there such people everywhere? Su Ziqing was like this, Lu Yuanqi was like this, even Zhuo Qin was like this a few days ago. Now, there was this Feng Qiu. This motherf asterisk cur wants to torture me to death. Die. Chapter 870. As the saying went, of the 36 stratagems, leaving was the best stratagem. Since he couldn't out-talk Feng Qiu and wasn't as thick-skinned as Feng Qiu, Lin Rei could only choose to leave. Otherwise, if he continued to stay here with Feng Qiu, he would go crazy. Even if he didn't wait, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from suppressing Feng Qiu when the time came. Therefore, Lin Rei simply remained silent and didn't even look at Feng Qiu. It was as if Feng Qiu wasn't beside him and his hearing was blocked. Then, a relaxed smile appeared on his face as he strode forward. Feng Qiu was stunned when he saw Lin Rei's behavior. Ignoring me? No one has ever been able to outlast Feng Qiu. Today, I'm going to waste my time with you. I don't believe that you can keep silent forever. Lin Li didn't know about this decision. If he had known, most likely Lin Li would have found a secluded or sparsely populated place to suppress him without revealing his power. Or perhaps he would have used a spell to silence him within the sphere of wind, preventing him from speaking. As he thought about this, Wind Ball chased after Lin Li, shamelessly following behind him. His mouth constantly mumbled to himself, unable to stop for even a moment. Towards this, Lin Li couldn't hear him at all. His hearing was blocked. Unless Lin Li was willing to activate it, or, otherwise, Lin Rei wouldn't be able to hear anything. At this moment, he walked into the mission hall and arrived at the center. He stood still and scanned the surrounding walls. On top of it, there were densely packed jade tokens, and on the jade tokens were engraved all kinds of names and missions. For example, on the wall in front of Lin Rei, there was a jade token that said, Heaven's Wall City, Li Family Mission. Head to Heaven's Wall Forest and kill 50 Heaven's Frost demonic beasts. Obtain 50 demonic beast essences and demonic beast cores. Mission reward, 30,000 medium-grade divine crystals. Another example was, Ox Village's Li Air's Nyo family mission, help pick a red vetch fruit. Mission reward, 9 low-grade divine crystals. One of them was a mid-grade mission while the other was a low-grade mission. Both of them were different in terms of revenge. Usually, no one in the Talisman Grandmaster would be willing to accept such low-grade missions. Of course, there would be outer court disciples who would accept such missions. However, those who accepted such missions were mostly people with similar circumstances. These missions were also divided into different grades. They were divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, peak high grade, top grade, royal grade, divine grade, and the rarest supreme grade. Of course, there weren't as many divine grade missions as low grade missions. After all, cultivators didn't need to issue missions when they reached the supreme grade. If even an exalted level expert couldn't solve the problem, then there were still people in the divine realm who could. Saints. Even if there were saints, they wouldn't act for such trivial matters. At this moment, when Lin Rei's gaze fell on the wall in the corner, 3 purple jade tablets appeared on it. They quietly hung there without anyone paying any attention to them, as if they were completely covered in dust. Lin Rei was slightly puzzled when he saw the purple jade tablets. When he saw the drowsy Talisman Grandmaster's disciple in front of the purple jade tablets, Lin Rei was stunned. He strode forward and asked, "Brother, may I know the meaning of this jade tablet? Why is it different from the other jade tablets?" Oh. The disciple, who was originally drowsy, was stunned when he heard this. He tried his best to rejoice before he replied, "You must be a new disciple who has just entered the sect." "Yes, that's right." Lin Rei had just entered the Talisman Grandmaster and had been in seclusion during this period of time. Therefore, he didn't have the special attire of a Talisman Grandmaster's disciple. "Oh, so it's little junior brother." The young man was completely energized when he saw Lin Rei. He lifted his finger and pointed at the 3 purple jade tablets behind him excitedly as he muttered, "Junior brother, I'm afraid you don't know this since you've just arrived. The trip to the mission hall is divided into many areas. For example, the area beside me is the Emperor-level mission area. Therefore, the jade tablets there are blue." The color of the jade tablets here represented their classification. For example, the lower grade jade tablets were red, medium grade to orange, high grade to yellow, peak high grade to green, superb grade to cyan, king grade to white, royal grade to blue, divine grade to gray, honorable grade to purple. Oh. So, this is a mission issued by a supreme god? Lin Rei raised his eyebrows when he heard this explanation. He was slightly shocked. Lin Rei was surprised that someone would issue a mission after he had entered the supreme god realm. After all, in the divine world, other than those Dao fruit sages, Lin Rei thought that no one else could do anything to a supreme god cultivator. Looking at the purple jade tablet, Lin Rei really wanted to take it down and take a look. "Here, go and take a look." However, just as he was about to take the purple jade tablet down to take a look, a voice sounded. He lowered his head and saw a hand stretched out in front of him. What was eye-catching was that on the spotlessly white hand, there was a purple jade tablet. Looking at the purple jade tablet, Lin Rei was stunned. He looked up at the young man and asked, You're letting me see it just like that?" "Nonsense, why? You don't want to see it?" The young man rolled his eyes and looked at Lin Rei as he muttered, No. No. Since the other party had already done so, Lin Li naturally wouldn't refuse. He stretched out his hand and accepted the violet jade tablet, then turned his gaze to look at it. Mission: obtain the monkey wine personally brewed by the Monkey King from the 30-mile peach blossom garden. Mission difficulty, 6 stars. Mission reward, 1 million medium-grade divine crystals, a set of ice bows and arrows at the later stage of the divine grade, and a set of ice arrows. Oh. Monkey wine and the Monkey King's wine? Looking at the mission details on the purple jade tablet, Lin Rei was stunned. He could not help but laugh in his heart. A venerable realm expert who could not even handle a monkey king was willing to issue a mission for the sake of drinking wine. If news of this were to spread, he would lose face. Moreover, Lin Rei really did not know where the 30-mile peach blossom garden was. As for the monkey king, Lin Rei could not understand why a venerable realm expert would be afraid of the monkey king there. How is it? Do you feel that it's very difficult? At this time, the young man beside Huang Xiaolong spoke with a smile on his face. Hearing the young man's words, Lin Rei wanted to explain. However, when he opened his mouth, he did not know what to say and did not know what to say. To be honest, this mission is the easiest. There are 2 more, take a look. Before Lin Rei could say anything, 2 purple jade tablets appeared in the young man's hand. Then, he placed them in front of Lin Rei for him to admire. Seeing the person in front of him being so straightforward, Lin Rei was not used to it. After all, the person in front of him was very different from the people he had met before. However, curiosity was often more comfortable than guessing. Looking at the 2 jade tablets in front of him, Huang Xiaolong put down the Monkey King's jade tablet and picked it up to read. Alien Battlefield, collect the divine souls of 20 sword slaves. Requirement is Venerable Realm. The cost of a Venerable Realm expert is 1 million high-grade divine crystals. The reward for this mission is 30 million divine crystals. The remaining 10 million divine crystals will be counted as the reward. Venerable Realm sword slaves. Alien Battlefield? Looking at the information on the jade tablet, Huang Xiaolong frowned and felt puzzled. At this moment, Lin Rei suddenly felt that he knew nothing about the divinity. 30 miles Peach Garden, Alien Battlefield, Monkey King, Venerable Realm sword slaves divine souls. He had never heard of any of these before. Then, he lifted his head and looked at the young man from the Talisman Grandmaster in confusion. Then, he asked, Senior brother, I have never seen the 30-odd Peach Blossom Garden and the Alien Battlefield on the map before. Moreover, I have never seen these 2 places on the map before. This is the first time I have heard of these places. What are they? Why are they not clearly marked on the map? Seeing Lin Rei's passionate and shameless attitude, the young man was stunned. He understood Lin Rei's question. Because of this, someone had asked him this question before. Looking at Lin Rei, the young man said slowly, Junior brother, to be honest, I have never heard of these 2 places. Of course, after so many years, I have a little understanding of them. In the blink of an eye, the young man shared with Lin Li all the information he had learned about the 30-mile Peach Garden and the Alien Battlefield. However, while sharing, the young man couldn't help but remind Lin Rei, Junior brother, remember, it's good that you know about these 2 places. You must never go there. Even Venerable Realm experts have to issue missions to these 2 places, not to mention people like us who haven't even touched the threshold of the Emperor God realm. Okay, I understand. Don't worry. Although this sentence was useless to Lin Rei could feel the concern from the young man. Therefore, Lin Rei's impression of the young man was much better. Okay. Seeing Lin Rei nod in agreement, the young man sighed and explained, Junior brother, to be honest, these 2 places are not well known in the divine world. However, don't think that they are not well known. These 2 places are comparable to any secret area in the divine world. Especially the Alien Battlefield. I heard that it's an abandoned ancient battlefield. Maybe it's because it's a battlefield, the resentment has been gathering there for a long time. I heard that the divine soul of the sword slave is only at the divine venerable realm, but its power is far beyond the saint realm. Ancient battlefield? Hearing the young man's explanation, Lin Rei's interest was piqued. For Lin Rei, he could only reach the saint realm by fighting non-stop. There was almost no one in the divine world who could defeat him. Therefore, after hearing about the ancient battlefield, Lin Rei felt that it was very suitable. What about the 30 miles Peach Garden? However, Lin Rei didn't remain silent on the alien battlefield. Instead, he regained his senses and continued to ask. The 30 Miles Peach Garden? That's a good place. It would be even better if there was no place to stay. The place was as beautiful as its name suggested. The 30 Miles Peach Garden was filled with peach blossoms. The fragrance of peach blossoms filled the air, giving people a leisurely feeling. It was like a paradise that people would linger on and forget to return. However, the Monkey King was a troublesome matter. Because of the Monkey King's existence, it was not easy for people to enter. The Monkey King's strength was at the peak of the late Venerable realm. Oh. Lin Rei replied. Hearing about these two places, he had a feeling that he wanted to find out more. However, these things were not important at the moment. He was still young, so these things were just fleeting clouds. He regained his senses and nodded to the young man. Then, he stopped asking and picked up the third jade token. The words written on it were different from the first and second ones. It was a mission to find an alchemist for a daughter. The original text went like this: I am Supreme God Lu Yuan. My beloved daughter has a strange illness. Her cultivation has regressed for no reason. Even her vitality has started to decline. At first, it was slow, but as time passed, it became faster and faster. Therefore, I have to find an alchemist. My daughter's illness can only last for 300 years at most. Anyone who sees this message, please respond immediately. The reward for this mission is half of my wealth. I will not go back on my words. If I go back on my words, I will fall into the Avicii hell and be washed by the Styx River. Ha, he calmed himself down and put down the last purple jade token. I didn't expect this supreme god to be such a sentimental person. He is willing to give up half of his wealth for his daughter. This was a supreme god. Lin Rei didn't need to think to know how terrifying half of his wealth was. What do you think? Do you find it unbelievable? Do you think even a supreme god can have troubles? The young man's voice came from the side. Lin Rei was stunned for a moment. Indeed, so what if he was a supreme god? Didn't he still have troubles? Didn't he still have to issue missions to solve them? He nodded in disbelief and agreed with the young man. You're right. But, if I want to accept the third honorable grade mission, what do you think, senior brother? Oh, just accept it. Anyway. No, what? You want to accept the honorable grade mission? He was calm at first, but when he came back to his senses, he realized that something was wrong. Yes? Why? Is there a problem? Or you don't want me to accept it? Seeing how shocked he was, Lin Rei asked. The young man was stunned when he saw Lin Li's reaction. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. He hadn't expected that a new disciple who just joined the sect would be so reckless and accept an exalt rank mission that he couldn't handle at all. However, just like what Lin Rei asked, the Talisman sect didn't say that new disciples couldn't accept the honorable grade mission. For a moment, the young man was worried. He didn't know if he should issue the mission to Lin Rei or, at this moment, seeing how troubled the young man was, he knew that the young man was afraid that he would be in danger. In this regard, Lin Rei smiled and quickly explained. Well, senior brother, don't worry. When I was traveling in the mainland, I met an alchemist in a valley in the south. His alchemy skills weren't invincible in the divine world, but he seemed to be invincible. In order to make the young man let down his guard, Lin Rei could only make up a story about an alchemist. When I saw the mission, I knew that the person might have a way, so, I want to give it a try. The young man was speechless. Senior brother, don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who would seek death for no reason. That's true. Since Lin Rei said so, the young man had no reason to not issue the mission. Oh, by the way, senior brother, you have to keep this mission a secret. You can't let anyone know that I've accepted this mission, especially. Having said that, he couldn't help but turn around and look at Feng Qiu, who was smiling at him foolishly. He continued, especially Feng Qiu. You can't let anyone know about this, okay? Chapter 871. Well, don't worry about that. Hearing Lin Rei's words, the young man's doubtful expression disappeared and was replaced by a serious one. The young man had an inexplicable feeling about Lin Rei. He had an impulse to make friends with Lin Rei. However, he gave up the idea in the end. Don't worry. I know the severity of this matter. Moreover, you may not be able to complete this task. In that case, there's no need to record it. The young man muttered to himself and did not say it out loud. Well, that's good. Linley knew what the young man was thinking, but he didn't say anything. He smiled and put the information of the third mission into his storage ring. Then, he said to the young man, "Okay, senior brother, I'll go back first." "Well, go ahead. Be careful on your way back." The young man nodded at Lin Rei and reminded him. Then, he became as lazy as before when Lin Rei arrived. He looked as if he had not woken up yet. Seeing this, Lin Rei was stunned. Then, he turned around and was about to leave the task hall. After all, he had come here to have a look. Accepting the task was just a sudden idea. Turning around, he stared at the nearby ball of wind, who was smiling at him. Linley felt a headache coming on. Damn, this guy, brother, don't think about this place. It's a place for accepting venerable grade tasks. Let's not waste time here. Why don't you tell me all the things I asked you before? Isn't it good to make friends? Lin Rei's face darkened when he heard Feng Qiu's words. He had a headache and refused without thinking. No, I like peace and quiet, but you, he glanced at Feng Qiu and then looked at the door of the hall. We're not the same kind of people. Don't bother me in the future. I won't tell you anything. Moreover, even if I know, what can I do? Feng Qiu was stunned when he heard this. He was in a daze and nobody knew what he was thinking. Good chance. Lin Rei said to himself. Then, he exerted his Divine Emperor Realm cultivation and used the basic footwork, the butterfly steps. In a flash, Lin Rei disappeared from where he stood. When he appeared again, he was already at the entrance of the hall. He turned around and looked at Feng Qiu, who was still standing there in a daze. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of disdain. If I still can't get rid of you, then... Sigh, forget it. Let's just hurry. Halfway through, Lin Rei didn't continue. Instead, he turned around and used the butterfly steps. His entire body was like a butterfly as he instantly floated up. That's right, he was floating, not flying. The direction Lin Rei was flying towards was none other than his own residence. In the mission hall, Feng Qiu, who was still in a daze, finally regained his senses after an unknown period of time. However, Feng Qiu did not give up like Lin Rei had expected. Instead, a glint flashed across his eyes. No, a person must persevere. How can I give up halfway? Feng Qiu nodded solemnly as he thought about it. Then, he smiled and turned around to rush out of the hall. His speed was astonishing. If Linley was here and saw the speed of the ball of wind, he probably would have been shocked as well. Because the shape of the ball of wind was simply too round and smooth. Thus, there was no way he could have imagined that the ball of wind could move as fast as the wind. Lin Rei, I didn't expect you to overestimate yourself and accept the task of a venerated realm expert. It's not that we don't want to let you go. You're the one who brought this upon yourself. You can't blame anyone else. At this moment, not long after Lin Rei and Feng Qiu left the mission hall, a man walked out from behind a stone pillar beside the venerated realm expert. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked in the direction where Lin Rei and Feng Qiu had left. Got it. Let's go back. Send someone to stop Lin Rei's task later. Another man appeared. Although Lin Rei has accepted the task of a venerated realm expert, it's better to be careful just in case. Yes, I understand. Lin Rei was completely unaware of this. Of course, even if he did, he wouldn't be bothered by it. In his eyes, these people were just clowns. At this moment, Lin Rei, who had just left the mission hall, returned to his courtyard. Looking at the house that he had just moved in and was about to leave, Lin Rei sighed. It seems that I can't stay in one place for too long in this life. After saying that, a gloomy expression appeared on his face. His heart was filled with desolation. This was the price to pay to become a powerful expert. Forget it. He sighed and looked at his house again. Then, he turned around and walked out of the courtyard without hesitation. He had to leave. The first reason he accepted the task was to go out for a walk. After all, there was still a long way to go. The second reason was to avoid Su Ziqing, Feng Qiu and Lu Yuanqi. The three of them together would kill him sooner or later. Therefore, before they killed him, Lin Rei had to leave first. Of course, the most important thing was that he had to find a breakthrough in his cultivation. As the system said, although he could make breakthroughs in his cultivation by living a stable life, it was not his final destination. Not hesitating in the slightest, Lin Li left the courtyard. Circulating his deity emperor level of power, he instantly soared into the skies. Perhaps others would feel fear, dread, or worry towards those runes in the air, but, in front of Lin Li, those runes were like illusions. His speed was astonishing. In just an instant, Lin Rei disappeared into the sky. In the instant that Lin Li left, the sphere of wind, which had left the main hall, hurried all the way to the random residence. Humph, let's see if you can escape this time. If you don't tell me, I'll stay here every day. I'll eat your food and live in your house until you tell me. Feng Qiu didn't know that Lin Rei had already left. Muttering to himself, he pushed open the door and walked in. If Lin Rei were here and saw Feng Qiu's reaction, he would definitely burst out laughing. But at the same time, he would be very glad that he had left before Feng Qiu arrived. Otherwise, if Feng Qiu had really done what he had said, and he had to pay for everything, Lin Rei would have gone crazy. Now that he had left, he didn't have to worry about anything. He just had to stay away for a few years before the end of the task. Half a month later, Tianyuan City was a city located at the center of the 9th state. It could be said to be a lawless area. Of course, it could not be said to be lawless. After all, there was a city governor's mansion in Tianyuan City that ruled over the entire city. At this moment, people were coming and going at the city gate. Everyone was smiling, and regardless of whether they were ordinary people or cultivators, they all seemed very friendly, as if they were old friends. However, there was one person who seemed to be an exception. He had delicate features, sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, and snow-white skin. He wore a white Confucian robe, and held a folding fan in his hand. He stood on the side of the road, looking at the people coming and going with a puzzled expression. Damn, am I seeing things? Looking at the people coming and going, and the smiles on their faces, the young man knew that the smiles on everyone's faces were real. If you wanted to see if a person's expression was real, you had to look into their eyes. At this moment, there was no hiding the happiness in their eyes. Heh heh, young man, this must be your first time in Tianyuan City. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind him and grabbed his shoulder, followed by a deep male voice. Looking back, he saw a middle-aged man standing there with a smile on his face. Little brother, the city lord of our Tianyuan City is a supreme god. Under his rule, all of us are very happy. Moreover, the most important thing is that cultivators and ordinary people like us don't bully each other. Is that so? Hearing this, the young man's furrowed brows relaxed. Yes. Here, only friendly people are allowed to enter. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the city, then that person will not be allowed to enter or leave. Oh. Heh. In Tianyuan City, there are a few unwritten rules that no one can violate. Even the sect leaders of the 7 great sects would not dare to violate them. Hearing this, Lin Rei's interest was piqued. If what the middle-aged man said was true, then this place was really a paradise. There was no fighting, no hatred, no bloodshed, and no deception. There was only kindness between people. If such a place was not a paradise, then what was it? What kind of rules are they? To be able to manage a city in such a manner, I'm very interested. May I know how to address you? I am Gong Jun, a native of Tianyuan City. At this time, Gong Jun did not rush to answer but introduced himself. Hee, Brother Gong, nice to meet you. I am Lin Rei. I heard that Tianyuan City was special, so I came here to take a look. But I did not expect Tianyuan City to be so incredible. Ha ha ha, so it is Brother Lin. Yes. I will tell you as we walk. Hearing Lin Rei's name, Gong Jun laughed loudly and then dragged Lin Rei into Tianyuan City. Yes, Lin Rei was Lin Rei who had been traveling for half a month. Lin Rei did not rush all the way. After all, he wanted to slow down. So far, he had been traveling as if he was enjoying the scenery. Finally, after half a month, he arrived at his destination, Tianyuan City. Lu Yuan was the city lord of Tianyuan City in front of him. He was also the ruler of this paradise. After being dragged into the city by Gong Jun, they did not stop. Although Gong Jun said that they would talk on the way, in fact, Gong Jun did not say a word. Lin Rei was not in a hurry. After all, he had just arrived at an unfamiliar place. It was better to learn from Gong Jun. In the east of the city, in front of a Gong family restaurant. Gong Jun and Lin Rei stopped in front of the Gong family restaurant. Lin Rei, who was beside them, saw the restaurant sign and could not help but think of something. F***CK, is this F***King soliciting customers? Lin Rei could not help but think of the hotel owners in his hometown who solicited customers at the station. The scene now was very similar. Brother Lin, this is my restaurant. Although it is not as big as a restaurant, it is still very good. He turned to Lin Rei and said. This is a small restaurant? Hearing Gong Jun's words, Lin Li was startled. Turning his head, he stared at the enormous building in front of him. As Lin Li saw it, this wasn't just some freaking small restaurant. This was far better than any restaurant Lin Li had seen in the past. Moreover, just the fragrance of the dishes that came out of the restaurant made Lin Rei's mouth twitch. He had an impulse to go in and try it. Let's go in and have a look. It is fate that we met. Today, I will treat you. Let's go. He was just about to say something, but before he could say anything, he felt a force pulling him into the restaurant. Here it is. Your braised bear paw. Enjoy. Your snow wolf meat. At this moment, Lin Rei was pulled into the restaurant by Gong Jun. The moment he stepped through the door of the restaurant, he felt a cooling sensation. Accompanying the cooling sensation was the sound of chatter and the sound of the waiter serving the dishes. The scene was very lively. Although the restaurant was very big, the first floor was already full. In fact, it was going to be completely full soon. Let's go. We will talk while we eat. Today, I will tell you about the rules and benefits of our Tianyuan City. I guarantee that you will not want to leave after hearing it. Is that so? Seeing Gong Jun being so enthusiastic, Lin Rei was not used to it. However, in the face of such enthusiasm, Lin Rei did not know how to refuse. Okay, let's go. He left as soon as he said he would, without the slightest hesitation. Looking at Gong Jun's back, Lin Li could only sigh helplessly and follow him. In our Tianyuan City, you can stay as long as you want. Nobody will care. Moreover, in this place, you will not be bullied by cultivators. They will even help ordinary people. As he spoke, a smile appeared on Gong Jun's face. This is all thanks to City Lord Lu Yuan. You might not be able to imagine it, but this Tianyuan City used to be a city of evil. Killing and plundering were the main things here. However, ever since City Lord Lu Yuan arrived, everything changed. There's no more killing like before. There's only innocence and mutual help. Oh. Why is that? Hearing this, Lin Rei was slightly surprised. To be able to turn a city of evil into a paradise, Lin Rei found it hard to imagine what Lu Yuan was thinking. Seeing the confusion on Lin Rei's face, Gong Jun smiled and said, "Actually, it might be because of the city governor's daughter. I heard that the city governor used to be a killing god. However, because he had too many enemies, in the end, those bastards turned their attention to the eldest young Mississippi. Although the city governor saved the eldest young miss, for some reason, after that day, the eldest young miss fell ill. It was a kind of illness that even the city governor was helpless to treat. For this reason, the city governor even visited all the alchemists in the divine realm. However, in the end, the result was that they were powerless. Perhaps it was because of this that the city governor left the path of killing. Perhaps it was to atone for his sins, or perhaps it was for something else. Chapter 872. Lin Rei followed Gong Jun to a private room on the second floor. Gong Jun pushed the door open and a simple room appeared in front of Lin Rei. "Sit down." When they arrived at the room, Gong Jun gestured for them to enter before closing the door. The two of them sat down and continued their conversation. "From what you said, the Lord of Tianyuan City is quite a sentimental person." Although he had never met Lu Yuan, Lin Rei couldn't help but have a good impression of him after hearing Gong Jun's introduction. "Alas, you're right. Not bad. To be able to go to such lengths for the sake of his family, this person is very interesting. Let me ask you, in this world, how many people can do this?" As he spoke, Lin Li couldn't help but think of his deceased wife and son. Alas. Seeing the sadness and longing in Lin Rei's eyes, Gong Jun knew that this person had a story. He didn't expose him, but he didn't want to let the silence continue. He changed the subject. "Well, Brother Lin, I don't know why you've come to Heavenly Cloud City. If you need help, just tell me. Although I don't have much power in Heavenly Cloud City, I can help you with some trivial matters." "Oh." Gong Jun's voice pulled him back to reality. He turned his head and smiled. "Brother Gong, why are you doing this? Today is the first day we've met." To tell the truth, Lin Rei was puzzled. It was the first time they'd met, but Gong Jun was doing this. In the past, Lin Rei would have thought it was a conspiracy. But now, so what if it was a conspiracy? Was he afraid? Fate. "Brother Lin, do you believe in fate?" Gong Jun understood Lin Rei's meaning. Fate? Lin Rei's interest was piqued. "Fate is determined by man. I believe it, but I can't believe it completely." "Why do you say so?" "Good. Fate is determined by man. I don't know why, but I like you very much. And, judging by your extraordinary temperament, you're not a simple person." Gong Jun smiled and continued, "And, we're all brothers in the world. All are brothers within the 4 seas." After hearing Gong Jun's words, Lin Rei could not help but repeat it. His eyes were filled with extraordinary splendor. "Okay." With a shout, Lin Rei took out 2 bottles of fruit wine from his interspatial ring and handed them to Gong Jun. He said, "Just because you said that everyone is my brother, from today onwards, you are my brother." "All right." Seeing that Lin Rei was so straightforward, Gong Jun didn't continue to be pretentious. He grabbed the cup and clinked it with Lin Rei's. Then, he tilted his head back and gulped down the wine. His actions were extremely forthright. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound echoed throughout the room, like a cow drinking water. Boom! At this moment, a bottle of wine was finished by Lin Rei. The finished bottle was easily placed on the table by Lin Rei, issuing a muffled sound. Dong dong dong, someone knocked on the door. Gong Jun stopped drinking. With a cold expression, he shouted at the door, "Come in." Jia. The door was pushed open. A young man who looked like a butler came in from outside. When he saw Gong Jun's cold expression, the young man lowered his head and hurriedly said, "Boss, these are the dishes you ordered. All 18 dishes are here. Look, serve the dishes." "Yes." Instantly, the young man acted as if he had been granted amnesty. He hurriedly waved to everyone behind him. In the next moment, waiters came in one after another. After placing the dishes on the table, they left on their own. After a while, the dishes were served. The young man looked at them and saw that there was nothing for him to do. Then, he bowed and said, "Boss, if there's anything, just call me. I'll be waiting at the door." Then, without waiting for Gong Jun's reply, he left the room and closed the door. "Come, Brother Lin. Try my dishes and see if they're delicious." The moment the young man left, Gong Jun, who had a cold expression, immediately smiled and said to Lin Rei. Looking at Gong Jun's mood swings, Lin Rei smiled and didn't say anything. After all, this had nothing to do with him. Even though he said that he was Gong Jun's brother, he would be heading to the Holy World in 100 years. Whether or not he could meet Gong Jun was another matter. Without thinking too much, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. But really, Lin Rei didn't expect Gong Jun's dishes to be so delicious. The fragrance lingered in his mouth. Coupled with the fruit wine he bought earlier, this meal could be said to be superb. The meal didn't go quickly because Lin Rei still had many things to ask. Regarding this, Gong Jun could be said to have told him everything he knew. In the end, Lin Rei asked all the questions he wanted to know. He even found the City Lord Mansion where Lu Yuan lived. The City Lord Mansion was located at the center of Tianyuan City. Moreover, the City Lord Mansion was a landmark in Tianyuan City. It was easy to find. Finally, it took them 2 hours to finish their meal. During those 2 hours, Gong Junyu ordered the young man to serve another dish. "Oh, I'm finally full. I didn't expect Brother Gong's dishes to be so delicious. Really. TSK. He smacked his lips and stroked his stomach. "Ha ha ha, as long as Brother Lin stays here, this Gong family restaurant will be your dining hall. You can eat whenever you want. Just tell the kitchen what you want to eat." Looking at Lin Rei's appearance, Gong Jun directly said and ordered the young man outside. Okay. It would be impolite of me to refuse." Lin Rei didn't refuse. Of course, he couldn't eat for free. Moreover, he didn't lack money. Phew. Now that I'm full, it's time to get to work. Seeing that it was still early outside, Lin Li couldn't help but think of his mission. He rose to his feet, intending to bid farewell. "Brother Gong, thank you for your hospitality this time. However, due to some urgent matters, I have to leave now." "What? You're leaving now?" Seeing that Lin Rei was about to leave, Gong Jun was shocked. He quickly stood up and tried to persuade him to stay, however. Lin Rei didn't give him a chance to persuade him to stay. "Yes. It's too urgent. Otherwise, would really want to stay here. I have no choice. I hope Brother Gong won't blame me." Lin Rei said and bowed. "You're too kind." Seeing that Lin Rei had made up his mind, Gong Jun didn't say anything. However, he felt that it was a pity. It wasn't easy to meet someone who felt like an old friend at first sight. Now, he had to leave. "Okay, Brother Gong. Let's part ways here." "Okay, let's part ways here. However, if you have the chance in the future, you must come and visit me." "Okay." He didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Looking at Lin Rei's figure, Gong Jun quickly followed. He only stopped when he saw Lin Rei out of the restaurant and was stopped by Lin Rei. "Sigh. I hope we can meet again in the future." Standing at the entrance of his restaurant, Gong Jun looked at Lin Rei's back until Lin Rei's figure completely disappeared into the sea of people. Then, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. He sighed and smiled bitterly with regret. Then, he turned and walked into the restaurant. At this moment, after Lin Rei left the restaurant, he didn't stop for a moment. According to the information he received from Gong Jun, he went to the city lord's mansion. With Lin Rei's speed, it didn't take long for him to see the so-called landmark building. Speaking of which, Gong Jun was actually right. The city lord's mansion was indeed a landmark building. However, the landmark Gong Jun mentioned was a little different from Lin Rei's imagination. Combined with the city lord's mansion that he had seen before, Lin Rei couldn't believe that the house in front of him was full of ultimate God realm cultivators. At this moment, it wasn't a big house with 6 entrances and 6 exits, nor was it in existence like a palace. At this moment, what appeared in front of Lin Rei was the kind of ordinary house that couldn't be more ordinary. Even, because the surrounding houses were very luxurious, it made the city lord's mansion look particularly miserable. It was an earthen house with only 2 rooms and a small courtyard. Looking at the landmark building in front of him, Lin Rei was completely stunned. What the hell is going on? Are they trying to find peace in this chaotic world? Or what? Jiya. Suddenly, the door of the earthen house opened, and a woman with a delicate and pretty face but a sickly appearance walked out. Although her face was pale because of her illness, it didn't hide her beauty. What was a smile that could topple a city and then a country? Wasn't this what it meant? Typical. Looking away from the woman, he said thoughtfully, "Is this Lu Yuan's daughter?" It seems that she is indeed sick, but this illness. I feel like I've seen it before. Although he said he had seen it before, he couldn't think of where he had seen it. Perhaps it was because his memories had been extracted back then, so. Lin Rei wasn't very clear. At this moment, the woman who had just walked out of the courtyard was seated on a stool by the door. She had a look of exhaustion on her face as she sat there. Perhaps because Linley had been standing there for a long time without leaving, the woman noticed Linley, and noticed that Linley's gaze had been fixed on her the entire time. In response, the woman frowned and couldn't help but show a trace of anger on her face. She got up and slowly walked towards Lin Rei. Lin Rei didn't know about this at all. At this moment, Lin Rei was still thinking about the woman's illness. She wasn't too far away to begin with. Soon, the woman arrived in front of Linley. Seeing that he was still staring ahead, the woman immediately said, "I say, this, young master, what are you doing? Why are you staring at me, staring at my door?" The woman originally wanted to ask why he was staring at her, but she felt that it wasn't good to say such things in public. She immediately changed her name and changed it to Home. HM. When he came back to his senses and saw the woman standing in front of him with a trace of anger on her face, Lin Rei frowned but didn't pay it any mind. "Miss, may I know if your father, Lu Yuan, is here?" He didn't answer the woman's question and directly asked about Lu Yuan's location. "My father?" The woman frowned when she saw the person before her. Lu Yuan was a name that no one in the entire Tianyuan city dared to know. Moreover, Lin Rei was an unfamiliar face. At this moment, the woman took 2 steps back vigilantly. "Who are you? Why are you looking for my father?" Others might not know, but she knew very well that her father had a lot of enemies. Although the person before her looked very young, she couldn't guarantee that he wasn't her father's enemy. Please don't misunderstand." Seeing how vigilant she was, and recalling what Gong Jun said earlier, Lin Rei knew that she had misunderstood him. "I am Lin Rei. Although I don't consider myself to be a good person, I'm definitely not a bad person either. Furthermore, the reason why I'm looking for your father is because I'm here to treat your illness." "HM? Treat my illness?" The woman was startled when she heard those words. She had a puzzled expression on her face. "That's right. I'm a member of the Talisman Sect. I saw the mission your father issued and came here to investigate." As he spoke, he took out the Talisman Sect's disciple competition for her to examine. "Are you really a disciple of the Talisman Sect?" As she spoke, she took the token and looked at the information on it. For a moment, her vigilant expression lessened. "Yes. So, your father, Lu Yuan, where is he right now?" Linley asked once more. He's inside. When the woman saw the serious expression on Lin Rei's face, she quickly returned the token to Lin Rei. Then, she made an inviting gesture and said to Lin Rei. All right. I'll have to trouble you then. After he spoke, Lin Rei didn't say anything else. You're welcome. After she spoke, she turned around and led Lin Rei to her house. She pushed open the door and led Lin Rei into the house. Although it looked small from the outside, there was indeed a whole new world inside. The moment they stepped into the house, a space appeared in front of Lin Rei. When Lin Rei saw the space that was opened up, he was shocked. TSK. How generous. I was wondering why a supreme god cultivator would live in a mud house. As he thought about it, he didn't say anything else. Suddenly, the woman who was leading the way stopped and turned around to remind Lin Rei, Young Master Lin, you must be careful when you see my father later. Why? He didn't understand what the woman meant. My father often blames himself and loses his temper because of what happened to me. I'm afraid it will affect you, so. As she spoke, the woman looked guilty. Oh. All right. I'll try my best to listen to your kind advice. All right. Let's go. Seeing that Lin Rei had agreed, the woman smiled. Then, they continued walking. To be honest, the space was quite big. However, compared to the secret land of the Xuanzong Sect, it was just a drop in the ocean. After a few minutes, the woman led Lin Rei to a room and stopped outside. Father, the people from the Talisman Sect are here to see you. I won't see them. Ask them to leave. Before the woman could finish her sentence, a violent and anxious voice came from the room. When Lin Rei heard that, he frowned. However, when he saw the woman in front of him, his frown disappeared. With an amused smile, he looked around the room and said, All right, since Divine Lord Lu has said so, then I won't waste my energy to save a dying man. If that's the case, then I'll take my leave. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.